It's quiet tonight. So quiet it feels like the world has gone missing, leaving just me and the hum of fluorescent lights. I've always worked a graveyard shift at our small town 911 center, but some nights, the silence doesn't feel safe. It feels alive. My chair creaks when I shift my weight, and for a moment, I swear the walls are breathing just a little, slow and shallow. I stare at the monitors, the pale glow washing over my tired face. The streets outside are empty, the town asleep, except for the occasional dog barking, far enough away that it barely registers. Usually, nights like this pass slowly, calls trickling in every few hours. Someone locked out, a car accident on the bypass, an alarm trip somewhere along Main Street. Routine. Boring. Tonight, though, something feels different, though I can't say why. My fingers hover over the headset. I sip my lukewarm coffee and try to ignore the ache behind my eyes. The clock ticks steadily. 2:47 a.m., and then the line lights up. The ringing is faint but sharp, cutting through monotony. I pick up, expecting the usual, and the first thing I hear is static. Thick, grating static that makes my ears ache just a little. 911, what's your emergency? I ask, keeping my voice calm. I've said these words thousands of times. They used to mean something. Now they're automatic. A pause, then a whisper. Soft, trembling. So faint I have to strain to hear it over the static. He's in the dark. I freeze. The voice is tiny, almost like it's coming from far away, through layers of water or glass. I check the line, there's a caller ID, but it's unlisted. I tap my fingers on the desk, my stomach twisting. Who's in the dark? Where are you? I ask. My voice sounds too loud in the quiet room. Static hisses again, louder this time, like it's protesting, like it doesn't want me to hear. Then the whisper comes back. Don't move. He sees you. I lean back, swallowing hard. My stomach drops, cold and sharp. I glance around the empty office. Just the hum of the monitors. Just me. There's no one here. I know that, and yet the hairs on my neck stand straight up, and my hands shake just slightly over the keyboard. Listen to me, I say, trying to sound steady. You need to tell me your location. Another pause. This one stretches longer than it should. My thumb taps the edge of the desk. The static fills the silence again, crawling into my ears, and then I hear it, a faint, wet-sounding scream. It's not loud. It's almost imperceptible, but it makes my heart skip. Hello, I whisper. My mouth tastes dry, like I've been breathing through my teeth. Static swirls. The whisper returns, fragmented now, a jumble of words barely audible. Coming, shadows don't turn around. The line crackles, the sound shifting, like someone is moving on the other end, slow, careful, deliberate. I lean closer to the headset. My chair squeaks, and I flinch. Every instinct tells me to hang up, to throw the phone across the room and step out into the cold night. But I can't. I have to know. The whispers turn into something else now. Not words, not really, just soft, almost human sounds, like breathing, but wrong. Hollow, shallow, labored. Every time I think I've tuned it out, it grows louder, more distinct, and the static pulses like a heartbeat. I reach for the recording log. Try and make sense of what I'm hearing. Maybe it's a prank, a loop tape, something explainable. And then I hear it clearly, unmistakable this time. A scream, high-pitched, brief, like a match striking, then gone. It echoes in my skull, bouncing off the walls of the office, leaving me rattled. My chair tilts back slightly as I lean away. The scream wasn't just over the line. It felt here, in the room. I tell myself it's a trick of the imagination. Just stress. Too much coffee. Too many lonely nights. The whisper comes again, this time chillingly clear. Don't leave him. My fingers freeze on the keyboard. I blink at the monitor. The logs are normal. No other calls. Nothing unusual. Just the clock ticking. The world outside still dark, still empty. And yet, my skin feels raw, like something unseen is brushing against it. I adjust my headset. I can help you. Please, tell me what's happening. I whisper, even though I know the person might not respond. The line goes silent. Just static now. Thick, white, heavy, like the night itself has settled over the room. I wait, count the seconds. 1, 2, 3, maybe more. Then I hear it again. A soft, wet sound like footsteps through mud. Slow, deliberate, coming closer. I lean back, breath shallow. My office is empty. There's no one. The footsteps aren't real, they can't be. But I hear them anyway. And then the whisper returns. So close now I swear it behind me, almost against my ear. He's here. I spin around. Nothing. The room is empty. My chair tilts back slightly again. My heartbeat thunders in my chest. I press my hands to the desk, knuckles white, try to anchor myself in reality. My fingers trace the edges of the desk. The monitors hum. The clock ticks. Nothing else. I pick the headset back up. Static. Endless, unbroken static. I can almost hear faint breathing underneath it. I swallow hard, trying not to panic. It's just a call, I tell myself. It's just a person, scared, alone. That's all. But the static isn't random. It pulses now like something alive. And underneath, faint but distinct, I swear I hear a voice. Not over the line, not through the phone, but from somewhere else entirely. From the corner of the room, whispering my name. I snap the headset down. Sit back. My coffee has gone cold. I rub my eyes. Maybe I need a break. A few minutes away from this. Just 5 minutes. I stand up and glance toward the door. The hallway outside is empty, dark, quiet, too quiet. I sit back down, shaking slightly, heart racing, fingers hovering over the headset. The line, it's still open, static filling every empty space, almost breathing with me. I lean forward, telling myself I'm overreacting. I'm alone. There's no one here. And yet, every instinct in me screams otherwise. And then the whisper comes one last time before the line goes dead. Don't leave. I sit frozen, headset in hand, staring at the black screen, the hum of the monitors, the tick of the clock. Outside, the night presses in, silent and heavy. And for the first time in years, I feel truly, deeply alone. Because I know the call didn't end. Not really. Something did. But it's still here. And I don't know if I can survive listening to it again. The line rang again, slicing through quiet like a knife through paper. I sat up straighter in my chair, the hum of the monitors suddenly louder in my ears. Another late-night call, probably some kid messing around. I told myself, but something in my chest said this wasn't going to be like the others. 911, what's your emergency? I said, voice steady even though my hands felt cold and my stomach was twisting into knots. Please, a voice whispered back, low and trembling, almost urgent. Please don't let it catch me. I froze. The words were simple enough, but the panic under them was raw, immediate, real. My fingers clenched the headset. Who is this? Where are you calling from? Silence. Static filled the line, thick and crackling. Then, finally, the voice returned, hesitant and strained. I can't, it's following me. A chill ran down my spine. What's following you? Can you describe it? My voice sounded calm even in my own ears, but my pulse had jumped 10 beats. I could hear the faintest rasp of someone breathing, irregular and panicked. It's shadows, the caller whispered. Dark, moving behind me. I don't know where it is, but I can feel it. Always there, watching. I rub my temple, trying to steady myself. Shadows. I've heard every kind of call, every story of strange lights and noises. But something about this, the fear in the voice, it felt too real. The way it carried in the static. Real or not, I needed to trace the call. Listen to me, I said. I'm going to help you. I need you to tell me where you are. Please, don't try. The voice stuttered. It knows. It knows. Those words hit me harder than any scream. My stomach twisted again. My eyes flicked to the tracer on the screen. I started the process, fingers moving quickly over the keyboard. Usually it's a simple matter. Check the line, run the address, trace it. But this, This line was different. The system beeped. No record, no number, no location. Just the same thick static I'd been hearing. My stomach sank. It's okay. I'm going to stay on the line with you. I won't hang up. There was a pause. The caller's breathing, ragged and uneven, filled my ears. And then the whisper came again. It moves with me, always just behind. I swallowed hard. I need you to stay calm, I said, though my own voice wavered slightly. I need you to tell me, where are you? Are you inside, outside? Everywhere, the voice said. I can't hide. Even the light, it doesn't stay away. I shivered, pressing my hands to the desk. Outside, the lights of the town were dim and distant. Here, inside the office, everything was familiar, grounded. But over this line, I felt an odd, creeping weight, like I was leaning into some space I wasn't meant to enter. Can you describe it? I asked gently, keeping my voice low. This shadow, what does it look like? Silence. Just static and that soft, panic breathing. Then it changes. I can't see its face, or if it has one, but it's always there, always watching. Behind me, in front of me, in the corners where the light dies. I swallowed, a tight lump forming in my throat. My chair creaked as I leaned back. I could hear the faintest scraping sound from somewhere behind the monitors. My imagination, I told myself. It had to be. Nothing in this office could move on its own. Where did you first notice it? I asked, keeping my tone steady. Maybe I can help you. In my apartment, the voice whispered. I thought it was just shadows. But it's not. It follows me. Always. When I leave, it's there too, waiting outside my door. Sometimes I see it in reflections, not in mirrors, but glass, windows, anywhere I look. My hand tightened on the headset. A chill crawled over me. I've traced calls before, ones that felt strange, but never this. Something about the desperation made it feel alive, and I couldn't ignore it. Okay, I said carefully. Stay with me. I'm going to run a trace. I need you to stay on the line. Keep talking to me. Tell me what you're feeling, what you're seeing. The static grew louder, thicker, and then, I swear, in the middle of it, I heard something that wasn't the caller. Something low, wet, almost like a sigh, a presence just behind the line. My fingers trembled slightly. I shook my head, telling myself it was part of the interference. Do you see it now? I asked the caller, voice a little firmer. Yes, they whispered. It's closer. I can feel it breathing just behind me. Please, I'm scared. I leaned forward, heart hammering. I tapped the trace button again. Still nothing. No ID, no location. Just a line, and that voice, so close I could imagine it crouched in the corner of a dim room somewhere, small and shivering. Listen, I said, I can help you, but I need to know where you are. Can you tell me anything? Your street, your apartment number, a landmark. There was a long pause, filled with static and ragged breaths. Then finally a whisper, I can't. It'll find me if I say. It knows where I'm already. I swallowed hard, the air thick in my chest. I'd never had a caller refuse to give their location before. Never like this. There was no panic to calm, no injuries to tend. Just fear. Pure, raw, suffocating fear. The line crackled again. I could almost hear faint whispers behind the main voice. Indecipherable but there. Layered, multiplying. My stomach twisted, a sense of vertigo crawling up my spine. I leaned back, breathing shallow, trying to remind myself. I'm at work. My hands are on a desk. I'm in a safe building. The voice returned. It touches me in my dreams, even when I close my eyes. I can't hide. I can't breathe. Something in my chest tightened. My throat felt raw. I rubbed my eyes, staring at the monitors. The trace system should have worked, but this line, refused to be traced. No ID, no address, nothing, and yet the voice was there. Real, desperate. Stay with me, I whispered. I won't hang up. I'll help you. But I need you to breathe. Slowly. Focus on me. Focus on the line. Static filled the silence, then faint murmurs beneath it. I froze. I swear, faintly, someone else spoke. Not words I could make out, just syllables, low and wet, like someone muttering behind a curtain. My pulse thundered. I leaned forward, squinting at the monitors. Nothing, just a screen glow, the hum of machines. I can't, the caller whispered, trembling. It's too close. It's in the corner of the room now. Watching me, waiting, my stomach dropped. I leaned closer to the headset. The static twisted, warped, pulses of white noise rushing my ears. I could hear my own heartbeat, sharp and urgent. And then, faint but clear, I swear I heard the softest scratching, like nails dragging along wood. Somewhere distant, yet somehow inside the room. I swallowed hard. I need you to stay calm. Focus on me. Keep talking. My voice was steady, but inside, a wave of unease rolled over me. I've worked countless graveyard shifts. I've handled panic callers, frantic screams, everything. But this was different. The whisper came again. It's moving toward me. I can feel it closer than before. Something cold ran down my spine. My hands gripped the desk. My eyes flicked to the hallway outside. Dark, empty, silent. Yet the fear clawed at me, unrelenting. Like the voice wasn't just over the line. It was here, filling the air around me. I can't hang up, I said softly, more to myself than to the caller. I won't hang up. You're not alone. The line went quiet. Static, thick and hissing, filled my ears. And then a whisper, faint and fleeting, almost indistinguishable. I see you. I froze, blood cold, gripping the headset tighter. The trace finally blinked, but it showed nothing. No ID, no location, just nothing. And the voice was still there, waiting, watching. The line was dead silent for a moment, thick with static that crawled in my ears. I leaned back in my chair, trying to let my racing heart slow down. But then I heard it, a faint sound at first, almost too subtle to notice over the hum of the monitors. A soft, dragging thump coming through the headset. I frowned. Hello, I whispered, unsure whether I was speaking to the caller or just my own imagination. The sound didn't stop. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, heavy in some moments, light in others, like whoever or whatever was walking on a surface that shifted under their weight. Did you hear that? The voice from the line was barely audible, trembling. It's here. It's moving closer. I froze. My office was empty. The floorboards under my chair creaked only when I shifted. My breathing hitched. I strained to listen. The footsteps grew louder, synchronized perfectly with the faint creaks in my office. Every time my chair moved, every tiny sound I made, the line echoed it. Thump, 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 matching my movements exactly. Stay still, I whispered into the headset. My own voice sounded strange in my ears. Too loud, too hollow. I felt a shiver run from the back of my neck down to my spine. The caller's breaths were ragged, shallow, trembling over the line. It's following me. It's right behind me, the voice whispered. Every step I take, it's there, waiting, watching, matching me. I swallowed hard. My fingers gripped the headset, so tight it left impressions in my palms. I leaned forward, trying to focus on the monitors, the screens, anything solid, but the sound persisted. Thump, thump, thump. Slow, heavy, synchronized. Every time I shifted, the line mirrored me perfectly. Every blink, every shallow breath, echoed. I told myself it had to be a trick of the static, a delayed signal from some prank call. But the panic in the voice, the urgency, it wasn't fake. And then the footsteps changed. They slowed, deliberate, closer. In my office, nothing had changed. My eyes darted to the dark corners. The hum of the fluorescent lights did nothing to comfort me. The air felt thicker, heavier, like it had weight pressing down on my shoulders. Where were you? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Can you tell me where you are? The caller hesitated. The line hummed. static swelling. And then they whispered, trembling, I can't. It's in the room with me. Always. I can feel it in the corner of my eye. But when I turn, nothing's there. I lean back, fingers trembling over the keyboard. My chair squeaked slightly, and my stomach lurched when I realized the line echoed it. Another soft thump over the headset. Perfectly timed. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the fear that was crawling up my spine. It's just noise. It's nothing. Office noises. Broken wires. A prank. Just a prank. That's all. But then came the softest click, a sound that wasn't there a second ago, barely audible. Footsteps. Not mine, not the chair. A different rhythm. Subtle, slow, deliberate. Behind me, I dared not look. My pulse raced. It's closer, the caller whispered. It's moving toward me. Always matching. I gripped the headset tighter, pressing it against my ear. The line crackled, the static swirling into patterns I couldn't quite identify. The voice, the footsteps, the pulsing thumps. They merged, warped, twisted together. My office felt smaller, the shadows longer, heavier. My chair felt like it was floating in some distorted space. The edges of the room curving, bending. Are you alone? I asked, voice unsteady. Is anyone there with you? The line went silent. Static hissed. Then, almost impossibly, I heard it. A breath, shallow and wet, not to the headset, but from somewhere behind the monitors, from the empty space of the room itself. My pulse jumped, my hands trembling. I think so, the caller finally whispered, voice breaking. I can't tell. It's all around me. Everywhere I look, it's there, watching. A cold sweat broke across my forehead. I swallowed hard, trying to steady myself. My office should have felt safe. Familiar, but it didn't. The walls seemed closer. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder, sharper. I could feel the air pressing down on me. Thick, heavy, almost breathing. I told myself I was imagining things, that the footsteps, the clicks, the strange noises, they were all tricks of my mind, amplified by fear. I've been doing this job for years. I've taken panic calls from drunk drivers, domestic fights, people who thought they were being followed. I've heard real fear. But this was different. Then the voice spoke again. It mirrors me. Every step I take, it takes. Every time I hide, it hides. And when I stop, it waits right behind me. My fingers tightened around the headset. My knees pressed against the desk. My back ached. I leaned forward, trying to hear every nuance of the call. The footsteps, they weren't random. They followed a pattern, pacing, like the caller's own heart in some twisted echo. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to separate reality from the call. When I opened them, the office looked the same. The monitors glowed. The chairs were empty. The air was still, but the sound continued. The rhythm of steps, faint but deliberate, mirrored in my ears. And over it, the voice, trembling, fearful, desperate. I can't stop it, the caller whispered. Even in the light, it's there. Even when I hide, it finds me. A wave of nausea hit me. My chest tightened. I could feel the pressure behind my eyes, a slow, suffocating weight pressing down. My surroundings, the desk, the monitors, the chair, all felt wrong. Slightly shifted. Off. Like I was seeing him from the wrong angle, or like the world had been tilted just a little, and I couldn't find the edges. Stay with me? I whispered into the headset. Focus on me. Keep talking. Tell me what it looks like. I can't, the voice stuttered. It changes. Not human, not solid, but real. I can feel it breathing, following me, every step I take. The line cracked, static swirled, and then, unmistakably, I heard it. Footsteps. Behind me? No. Beside me? I wasn't sure. Somewhere in the room. Soft, deliberate, matching the caller's. Matching mine. I swallowed hard. My throat felt raw. I pressed my hands to the desk, knuckles white, trying to stay grounded. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. I could feel the sweat on my neck, cold and sticky. The caller's voice returned, trembling, almost breaking apart. It's right behind me. I can feel it, and now it's there. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The office felt like it had contracted, closing in around me. The footsteps, soft, wet, deliberate, kept pace with the faint creaks my chair made as I shifted slightly, each one echoing through the headset. I don't know how long I can... The voice broke off suddenly, a sharp gasp swallowed by static. I leaned back, shaking, gripping the headset. The line hummed with thick, pulsing static. And then, faintly, I heard it, a whisper behind the sound of the call, soft and wet, saying something I couldn't make out, something just beyond comprehension. The rhythm of footsteps continued, slow, deliberate, unyielding. My pulse thundered. The lights buzzed. The monitors flickered. And for the first time, I realized it wasn't just a caller. It was here, in the room with me. The line went silent again. Only the static remained. Thick, heavy, alive. And the footsteps didn't stop. The line went dead before I could even speak again. 1 second. There was a trembling, desperate voice on the other end, and the next, silence. Thick, static-laden silence that felt heavier than anything I'd ever heard. My hand lingered on the headset, stiff. Fingers pressed the buttons I knew wouldn't bring the voice back. My ears buzzed with the echo of the last thing I'd heard. A scream, not just a scream. It was raw, ragged, something torn from a place that wasn't human, stretched too thin, and it filled the room like water rushing into a sealed chamber. I sat there frozen, heartbeat thundering, staring at the black screen. No trace, no location, no number, just silence and the lingering vibration of that scream vibrating somewhere deep in my chest. I pressed a button to check the line again. Nothing, not even static now. Just an empty, blinking cursor on the call log. I tried to shake it off. It's over. The call ended. Nothing more to do. But the memory of the scream clung to me, crawling along my spine. My fingers flexed, gripping the desk. I couldn't stop hearing it, couldn't stop feeling it. And then I realized I wasn't just remembering it. I could feel it faintly, somewhere behind me. I stood up slowly, hands pressed flat to the desk for balance. The office was empty. The monitors hummed. The fluorescent lights buzzed softly. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. Yet the air had changed. It pressing on me, cooler, heavier. My pulse raced. Every instinct in me screamed to leave. But my legs were rooted, frozen in place. I remember sitting back down, telling myself I was imagining it, that this was stress. Too much coffee. The long graveyard shift. The mind plays tricks. But when I leaned forward to grab the headset again, a cold shiver ran down my spine, brushing across the back of my neck like someone had just passed by. Focus, I whispered to myself. It's nothing, just your imagination. I checked the monitors, ran a quick log review. Everything was normal. No missed calls. Nothing unusual in the database. Just me and the empty office. And yet, I couldn't shake it. The feeling, heavy and pressing, that someone or something was here. Something that had followed the call. I set the headset down slowly, almost afraid of making a sound. The room felt smaller suddenly. The shadows in the corners longer, deeper, like they had weight. My eyes flicked to the dark corner near the filing cabinets. I could swear it shifted slightly as I looked. Just a trick of the light. Just shadows. But my skin crawled anyway. I rubbed my eyes, telling myself I was overtired. Maybe I should take a break, step outside, get some air. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. Not while the memory of that scream was still thick in the air, still vibrating inside me. Then I heard it, soft at first, like a breath over my shoulder. I spun, heart hammering. Nothing. The office was empty. The monitors glowed. The lights buzzed. I could see my own reflection in the darkened window. Just me, and yet the hair on my arm stood on end, a cold pressure pushing down on my shoulders. I picked the headset up again, almost automatically. Maybe the call hadn't ended. Maybe it had been dropped somehow. I tapped the buttons, checked the system. No call. No line, just silence. And then it came again. A whisper, faint, impossibly close, like it was right next to my ear. Don't leave. I jerked the headset away. My heart leapt into my throat. I was alone. I had to be. But my instinct screamed otherwise. Something was here. Something had followed the call into this room. Into my office. My hands shook, gripping the desk, knuckles white. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was my own stress. The long hours. My mind replaying the caller's screams, turning them into something physical. But the pressure in the air, the cold brush against my skin, didn't feel like imagination. Not this. I remembered the last moments of the call. The footsteps echoing my own. The voice trembling, desperate. And then the scream. That scream, stretched and echoing, like it had been sucked into the room with me. And now it lingered, wrapping itself around the edges of my perception. I could almost hear in the hum of the fluorescent lights, in the soft whirring of the monitors, in the shallow pulse of my own heartbeat. I leaned back, trying to calm myself. Close your eyes, I told myself. Just breathe. It's over. There's nothing here. But when I closed them, I could still feel it. Something heavy, waiting, right there in the dark, just out of sight. A soft sound made me flinch. Not from the monitors, not from the phone, but from the floor beneath my chair. Almost a tap, a movement. I spun in place, eyes wide, stomach twisting. Nothing. The office was empty. Shadows moved only with the flicker of the lights. But the feeling, the presence was undeniable. I remember gripping the desk, so tight it left impressions in my palms. My mind raced. I thought about calling for backup, about opening the door and stepping into the night. But fear rooted me in place. Not fear of being attacked. Not exactly fear of seeing it. Fear confirming that what I was feeling was real. And then I heard it. A soft whisper, unmistakable this time. Not through the headset. Not over the line. Right there. In the room. I'm here. I froze. The words weren't angry or threatening. They were patient, watching, waiting. I tried to speak, tried to tell myself it was impossible, but my throat went dry. The hairs on my arms and neck stood on end. I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears. The lights flickered, just a brief stutter, nothing more. And yet the shadows deepened, pressing in around the edges of the room. My hands shook as I clutched the desk, eyes darting to every corner. I could feel it. Close. Waiting. Patient. Breathing. I don't know how long I sat there, gripping the headset, listening to the silence and feeling the presence press against me. Minutes or hours, I couldn't tell. Time seemed to stretch, bend, distort. The room wasn't just quiet anymore. It was alive, watching me, and I was helpless to do anything but sit and listen. I remembered the caller, their voice breaking, full of terror. I remembered the scream. I remembered the static. And then I realized the call hadn't ended when the line went dead. It had moved. It had crossed some threshold. And now it was here, a soft, almost imperceptible sound, like a fingernail dragging along the edge of a desk. It made me jump. My eyes darted around. Nothing. I leaned closer to the headset, trying to convince myself it was in my imagination. But the pressure, the weight in the room, the lingering echo of that scream told me otherwise. I wanted to move, to escape, to throw open the door and run into the night. But my legs wouldn't respond. I was trapped, caught in the quiet, with a memory of a scream and a presence I couldn't name. I pressed my hand to my face, trying to ground myself, trying to remind myself that I was alone. But I wasn't. Something was here. Something had followed the call, and it was patient. The phone rang again, cutting to the low hum of the graveyard shift. I rubbed my eyes and picked it up, expecting another minor accident, a false alarm. Someone panicked over a noise that wasn't real. But the moment I said, 911, what's your emergency? I knew this call was different. The voice on the other end was trembling, panicked, a high, brittle sound that made my stomach twist. Please, someone's in my house, she whispered. I don't know. I just, I can hear them. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady, professional. Okay, ma'am, take a deep breath. I'm here to help you. Can you tell me your address? There was a pause. I could hear her breathing, rapid, shallow, almost like she couldn't get enough air. I think I live on Elm Street. Number, I don't. I think it's 142. I'm not sure. I jotted down what she said, even though the system could only log what I could type. My pulse quickened. I've heard panic before, calls like this before, but there was something in her tone that made my skin crawl. Real fear, raw, unfiltered. Ma'am, are you alone? I asked. The line trembled with static, and her voice. Yes, I'm alone. I think I heard a door. Upstairs, maybe, or maybe somewhere else. Her words tumbled over themselves, frantic and fragmented. I don't know where. I don't know what to do. Please. I tried to stay calm. Listen to me. I need you to stay on the line. Don't hide. Can you move to a safe room? Somewhere with a lock. Okay. I think I can. She paused, swallowed audibly. Yes, the bedroom. I'll lock the door. I kept my fingers moving over the keyboard, pulling up her address, checking the system, checking the logs. Something felt off. The system showed nothing. No recent calls, no activity. But maybe it was just a glitch. I focused on her voice. Okay, ma'am. Stay calm. Are you in the room now? Yes. Locked. I think. The trembling returned, her words shaky, barely audible. I think they're moving around. I hear them. Footsteps. Soft, careful. Like they know I'm here. I frowned. That made my stomach knot. I've dealt with break-ins, domestic disturbances, drunks, fights. But this felt different. Too quiet. Too precise. The kind of calm that hides intent. Ma'am, I'm dispatching units to your address right now. I said, stay on the line with me. Can you see any windows? Are they covered? Is there a way to call out if you need help? Yes, the windows, the curtains. Her voice cracked. I don't want them to see me. Please hurry. I felt my chest tighten. The words, the fear, they were real. I had to act. I typed quickly, sending units, alerting the closest patrol car. But something niggled at the back of my mind. The call log was empty. Her address wasn't coming up anywhere, like she didn't exist. Ma'am, can you tell me if anyone else is in the house? Pets? Family? I asked. I tried to keep my voice calm, steady, grounding. No one. Just me. Please hurry. The desperation sliced through the line. I could almost feel it, heavy and pressing, like a weight in the room with her. Stay on the line with me. Tell me everything you hear, I said, trying to guide her through it. I wanted to ground her, slow her racing heart, give her something solid in the chaos. There's the creak, upstairs, a floorboard, I think, then silence, then something scraping against the wall. Her voice trembled, almost breaking entirely. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it's going. My pulse raced. I typed faster, checking the systems, trying to verify her location, but the logs remained empty. No history, no record, no data. Ma'am, I need you to stay calm. I know it's terrifying, but you have to stay calm. I whispered, even though my own chest tightened, my own pulse quickening. I had the instinct, the sinking feeling that something wasn't right. I can hear breathing. Heavy, close, not mine. Her voice broke into a whisper, trembling so badly it was barely audible. It's right outside my door. Please don't let it come in. I leaned forward, pressing the headset against my ear. It's going to be okay. Help is on the way. I want you to stay as quiet as you can. Don't make a sound. Her breathing hitched. I hear a lock. It's moving the lock. I think they're trying the door. I froze. The words were terrifyingly clear. Every instinct in me screamed that she was in real danger. And yet, something still didn't add up. Her address, nothing in the system. I double-checked, triple-checked. Nothing. Ma'am, can you see anyone? Are they wearing anything? Can you describe them? I asked, trying to maintain control, even as the hairs on my neck stood on end. I can't see them. I don't know what they look like. It's dark. Too dark. I don't understand. Her words trailed into shaky, panicked breaths. The line crackled for a moment, and then silence. Hello? I whispered, leaning forward, heart pounding. The headset felt heavy in my hand. Ma'am, are you there? Nothing. Just static, thin and whispering, like it carried a faint echo of her fear. I waited, my pulse racing. I tried calling back. No answer. I typed her address again, trying to trace a number. Nothing. Empty. Not even a disconnected line. It was as if she hadn't existed. I remember the chill creeping over me, the way the office suddenly felt smaller, the shadows stretching longer across the walls. I could feel the weight of something pressing in, almost like the fear from that call had seeped into the room with me. I ran the number again. No record. Nothing. My hand shook slightly as I pressed the buttons. I stared at the blank screens, the hum of the monitors suddenly deafening. The silence around me felt alive, waiting. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was a prank, maybe some glitch. But the fear in her voice, it had been real, and it lingered like smoke, curling around the edges of the office, into my chest, pressing down on my lungs. I sank back in my chair, heart hammering. I tried to breathe, slow myself down. But the memory of her voice, the trembling, the whisper, the panic, the creaking floorboards, the scraping of the walls, kept playing over and over in my mind. And then, just as I leaned back, trying to shake it off, I noticed something. A shadow, longer than it should be, stretching across the corner of the office. I blinked. It didn't move. It shouldn't have been there. I checked the monitors, the windows, the corner of the room. Nothing. And yet, the shadow persisted, pressing in on my vision, lingering at the edge of perception. I swallowed hard, my pulse thundering in my ears. The call was gone. The woman, whoever she was, gone. Her house, her location, her number vanished. And yet I could feel it. The fear, the weight, the presence that seemed to linger just out of sight, filling the room with the echo of her panic. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't log it, report it, verify it. Nothing in the system, nothing to point to, and yet I knew it had happened. I had heard her, felt her, and now I could feel the remnants of whatever had been there following her, pressing against the edges of the office, curling around me like smoke. I remember sitting there for a long time, the monitors glowing dimly, my hands pressing my face, trying to make sense of it, trying to ground myself in reality. But the fear didn't leave. It didn't fade. It lingered in the silence, in the shadows, in the pulse of my own heartbeat. And for the first time that night, I realized the calls I've always answered, the screams I've always heard weren't just voices. Sometimes they brought something back with them, something that stayed, even after the line went dead. The phone rang again, cutting to the low hum of the night shift. I picked it up, expecting the usual mix of accidents, false alarms, and panicked neighbors calling about barking dogs. But the moment I said, 911, what's your emergency? I realized immediately this call wasn't ordinary. A woman's voice came through, soft, trembling, and tight with fear. Please help me. I think someone's in my house. Her words were almost swallowed by the static, a thin hiss underlying every syllable. I straightened in my chair, gripping the headset tighter. Ma'am, I'm here to help. Can you tell me where you are? My voice sounded steady, but my chest was tight, and the hum of the monitors suddenly seemed unnervingly loud. 73 Willow Street, upstairs. I think I locked myself in the bedroom. Her voice shook with every word, tremors she couldn't contain. I hear them moving, footsteps whispering. I frowned. That last part made my stomach knot. I've taken calls about break-ins before, about drunk neighbors, prowlers. But the fear in her voice wasn't generic. It wasn't exaggerated. It was sharp, precise, and it clung to me like smoke curling along the edges of the room. Stay calm. Stay on the line with me. Can you describe what you hear? I kept my tone low, steady, hoping it would anchor me, whispering soft behind walls and the vents everywhere. She swallowed audibly. I don't know if it's someone or something else. It sounds like it's talking to me, calling me. My pulse quickened. The words twisted inside my chest. It's one thing to hear a frightened person report noises. It's another to hear them describe something unnatural, impossible, yet utterly real to them. Ma'am, I'm going to stay on the line with you. Try to focus on me. Can you see anyone? No, I don't want to look. What if it sees me? Her voice cracked, trembling further. It knows I'm here. I can feel it. Behind the walls, breathing. I swallowed, gripping the desk. My gaze flicked to the shadowed corner of the office. The monitors glowed softly. The fluorescent lights hummed. Everything was normal, yet something about the line, the static, the trembling in her words, made it feel like the shadows themselves had weight. Listen, I said, keeping my voice calm, almost gently coaxing. I need you to stay quiet. Keep the door locked. Focus on your breathing. Help is on the way. Can you do that? Yes, I think so. Her words were shaky, fragmented, but she stayed on the line. Then the whispers came again. I froze. This time, they weren't just her describing sounds. I could hear it, faintly over the static. A sibilant murmur, just beyond comprehension. At first, I thought it was interference, the usual distortion of a poor connection. But no, it wasn't random. The whispering was layered, echoing under her voice, almost responding to her words. What's happening? She asked, voice rising slightly. I hear them talking. I swallowed hard. It's okay. Try to stay calm. I'm here with you. Just tell me what they're saying. They're saying my name. Her words trembled, caught in a soft sob. It's whispering it over and over. Not me calling it calling me. I tried to steady my own racing pulse. Ma'am, listen to me. You're not alone. Help is on the way. I need you to breathe slowly, okay? I can't. Her voice broke. It's changing. My stomach dropped. The line distorted again, static swelling thickly over her words. The whispering grew closer, layered, almost inside my own headset. And then her voice changed. Not her words, not her tone, but the very sound of it. Low, warped, hollow, as if someone or something was speaking through her. No, that's not me, she gasped, but the voice continued. I am here. I choked back a sharp inhale. My hands trembled on the desk. I leaned forward, trying to ground myself. My voice remained steady, professional, though my pulse was hammering in my ears. Ma'am, stay with me. That's not you. That's just a line, interference. Focus on me. But even as I said it, I couldn't ignore the static, couldn't ignore the whisper layer beneath her words. It twisted and coiled, almost intelligent. A sibilant hiss, faint but tangible, curling around the edges of the call. It was no longer distant. It was close. Too close. I can't, she whispered, her real voice breaking through now, shaky, small. It's inside, talking through me. I pressed a hand to my forehead. Try and think clearly. Trained, rational, logical. Call it what it is. A panic caller. An interrupted line. Interference. Yet my instinct screamed that this was something else. Something that wasn't supposed to exist in the ordinary, safe world. Ma'am, listen to me. I said, voice low but firm. It can't hurt you over the phone. It's the line, just static. Focus on your breathing. I'm here. You're not alone. The voice or voices paused. The static thickened, curling like smoke into my ears. And then the words came again, unmistakable, chilling. We are here. My throat went dry. I leaned back in my chair, heartbeat thrumming in my ears. This was no longer just a terrified woman. Something had penetrated the connection, through the static, through the lines, and I felt it reach into the room with me. A weight, a presence, watching. Waiting. I hear it. I can hear them everywhere, she whispered again, her voice returning briefly before warping once more. They don't sleep. They wait. I gripped the headset tighter. My knuckles whitened. I told myself it's just a bad connection. It's just static. It's nothing. But the rational part of my brain was drowned out by the creeping dread wrapping around me, thick and tangible. The whispers grew louder, layered and overlapping, almost conversational. Too many voices, some thin and high, some guttural and low, twisting around each other in a cadence that didn't belong in this world. I can't move. I can't hide, she sobbed, real voice breaking through. They're on the walls and the vents everywhere. I swallowed hard. Okay. Listen to me. You're doing fine. You're safe in the bedroom. Don't move. Stay on the line. Focus on me. I'm not leaving you. Her sobbing slowed, but the whispers didn't stop. They weren't part of her. Not anymore. They were something else entirely. Curling through the line, whispering around the edges of my reality. And I could feel it, subtle but insistent, like a weight pressing in from behind the walls of the office. Then her voice, or what had become her voice, paused. The line crackled, static stretching thin. And then the faintest sound, almost imperceptible, a soft tap, 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 as if something inside her house or inside the line itself was moving, waiting, pacing. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my shaking hands. Stay with me. I need you to stay with me. Focus on me. My voice sounded small in the office, swallowed by the hum of the monitors and the pressing silence. I hear it, she whispered again, so soft I almost didn't catch it. It is me now. My stomach churned. My pulse thundered. The whispers wrapped around that phrase, twisting it, echoing it, multiplying it into something I couldn't comprehend. It wasn't just her anymore. Whatever had entered the call had changed her, had used her, and it was patient, intelligent, lingering in the static and the spaces between words. I pressed my hands to the desk, trying to ground myself. I had to remain rational, had to remain professional, had to anchor her and myself to the ordinary world, to the reality of this office, these monitors, the glowing digits of the call logs. But the line hummed with static, thick and alive, and I could feel it pressing against the edges of my perception, watching, waiting, and beneath it all its voice whispered, distorted, terrifyingly calm. We are always here. I closed my eyes for a second, took a slow breath. I opened them again. The monitors glowed. The office was quiet, empty, safe, and yet the static lingered. The whispers lingered, curling in my ears and pressing against my mind. I knew this call wasn't over. Not truly, not even though the line might have ended in silence. Something had crossed into the space with me, from the other end, from the fear, from the call. Something patient, waiting, and it wasn't going anywhere. The phone rang, cutting through the low hum of the monitors and the quiet buzz of the fluorescent lights. I picked it up automatically, the routine ingrained in me after years of graveyard shifts. But the moment I said, 911, what's your emergency? The voice on the other end made me freeze. Please, someone's downstairs, in my basement. I can hear them moving. The voice was small, trembling, clipped with fear that made my stomach tighten. Ma'am, take a deep breath. I'm here to help. Can you tell me your address? My voice sounded steadier than I felt. The office felt suddenly too quiet, the hum of the computers sharper somehow, like the silence around me was waiting. 56 Maplewood. Upstairs. Please, hurry. Her words were rushed, breathy, almost collapsing under the weight of panic. I typed the address in quickly, checking for the nearest units while keeping her on the line. Ma'am, I need you to stay on the line. Stay calm. Can you lock yourself in a room while help is on the way? Yes, I think so. I'm by the stairs. But I can hear them, their footsteps, moving slowly. Soft, deliberate. Her voice trembled and cracked, a fragile thread that seemed ready to snap. I leaned forward, trying to calm both her and myself. Okay, listen to me. You're doing fine. Keep the line open. Tell me everything you hear. She swallowed audibly. I hear creaking. Footsteps. Downstairs. Coming closer to the stairs. I don't know how long I can't stop hearing them. I pressed the headset closer to my ear. The static was thin but there, curling like smoke through the line. Then, faintly, I heard it. Not just in her voice, but underneath, through the phone. A soft, rhythmic creak. Almost like footsteps. I froze. My pulse jumped. I tried to dismiss it. But there it was again. Tap, tap, tap. Slow. Measured. Echoing faintly over the line. I could feel it in my chest. In the room with me. Ma'am, tell me exactly what you hear. I said, try and keep my tone even. My own fingers were trembling as I typed out the incident. They're moving along the floorboards. Coming closer. I can hear each step. Pause, then another. And it stops sometimes. Right beneath me. I think they're listening. I swallowed hard. My eyes darted around the office. Suddenly aware of every creak, every faint hum. The fluorescent lights flickered briefly, and the air felt heavier. My own chair squeaked as I shifted, and my stomach dropped when I realized the steps on the line mirrored it. Thump, thump, thump. Ma'am, stay calm. Don't make any noise. Can you move somewhere safer? Away from the stairs. Okay. The living room. I'll try. Her words faltered. I can still hear them. Closer, right under me. Waiting. The static thickened. The whispers, faint, unintelligible, like the scratch of fabric against wood, curled through the line. Not her voice, not yet, but layered beneath it. I leaned forward, gripping the headset tightly, knuckles white. Ma'am, can you describe anything else? Any sound, smells, anything? I tried to sound professional, calm, steady, but the creeping dread in my chest was hard to ignore. I can hear breathing. Heavy, wet like it's aware of me. Pausing when I pause. Moving when I move. I can't hide, even in the dark. Her voice trembled into a whisper. It knows where I am. I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end. The line was supposed to be a buffer, a barrier. But this felt too close. Like whatever she was hearing had stretched across the wire into my office. I could feel it pressing at the edges of my perception, patient, deliberate. Ma'am, listen to me. Focus on me. You're not alone. I'm here, okay? Don't let it see you. Stay calm. Stay quiet. My voice was lower now, almost a whisper itself. I hear something moving behind me, in the basement. Tap, tap, then pause and tap again. Her words faltered, fractured. It's like it's counting, waiting, patient. I pressed the headset harder against my ear, trying to drown out the hum of my monitors. And then, unmistakably, I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, measured, echoing my own movements in the office. Every subtle shift in my chair, every slight footstep, it followed, mirrored, mocked. Stay still. I whispered into the line, almost to myself. Don't move. Keep breathing. You're doing fine. I can't. Her voice broke. It's closer, right at the bottom of the stairs. I see a shadow, a figure, tall, thin, watching. I swallowed hard. My own pulse thundered in my ears. I leaned back slightly, pressing my palms to my face, trying to ground myself. The monitors glowed. The office was empty. The lights hummed. And yet, the tap, tap, tap continued, faint but insistent, echoing to the headset, through the line, through my chest. Ma'am, focus on my voice. Don't look. Keep your eyes closed if you need to. Keep breathing. Units are on the way. My words felt fragile, inadequate, but I clung to them. She shivered audibly. It knows I'm listening to it. It knows. It stops, then starts again, closer. The static thickened, almost suffocating, curling like smoke in my ears. And then her voice changed. Not her tone, not her words, but the timbre itself. Warped, hollow, strange, like someone or something was speaking through her. No, that's not me, she gasped. I... I can't... It's speaking. I gripped the desk. My pulse raced. My own voice wavered. It's okay. That's just the line. Just the static. Focus on me. You're safe. Stay still. But the footsteps on the line persisted. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, deliberate, synchronized with my own subtle movements. The weight of the presence pressing on me. My office, my safe corner of reality, felt smaller, darker. My fingers trembled on the keyboard. I can feel it. Behind the wall, inside the basement, moving closer, she whispered, voice breaking into sobs. I can't hide. The whispers underneath her words grew, faint but intelligible this time, sibilant, curling around the line, echoing her panic. We are here. I swallowed hard, fighting to keep my rational mind intact. Trained, logical, calm. Ma'am, I'm here. I'm not leaving. Keep talking. Keep breathing. The static warped, her voice twisting again, not hers anymore. The presence had latched onto the line. I felt it pressing into the room with me. The soft, deliberate taps continued, mirrored, synchronized. I could feel them in my chest, under my skin. I see it, at the bottom of the stairs, tall, thin, watching me. Waiting, she whispered. It knows everything I do. I pressed my forehead to the desk, trying to steady my racing pulse. The monitors hummed, the lights flickered, and still the tap, 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 the line, her voice, the static. They merged into one, curling, twisting, patient. I whispered into the headset, trembling. Stay with me. You're not alone. Focus on my voice. Keep breathing. A faint click on the line, the sound of movement, and then silence. The presence didn't leave. It lingered, patient, waiting, in the static, in the shadows, in the echo of every word she had spoken. I knew it had crossed the line. I knew it had moved into my office, into my mind, and I couldn't get rid of it. I first noticed the calls late at night. My phone would light up with an unknown number, a faint vibration shaking the edge of my nightstand. At first, I thought it was some wrong number, misdialed, accidental, but then it happened again, and again. Each time, I answered, and each time there was nothing, just silence. A static-filled pause, the faintest echo of breathing, and then the line went dead. At first, I told myself it was nothing, some prank, a random telemarketer, or maybe just my imagination stretched too thin from working late nights. But the calls didn't stop. They became more deliberate, more persistent. They arrived at the same times, always in quiet hours when the house was still, when the air seemed heavier. And they always came in threes. 3 rapid rings, a pause, then 3 more, always 3. The first night it felt like a quirk, something I could ignore. The second night, I started noticing how the rhythm of the calls mirrored my heartbeat when I was half asleep. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats, each ring a pulse that sent a chill skimming over my skin. By the third night, I was awake before the first ring, waiting for it, already tense. My eyes fixed on the dark screen of my phone, as if I could see it coming through the shadows. I tried blocking the number. I changed my voicemail greeting, set up call filters, even told myself to just let it ring out. But the number always found a way through. It was always different, yet somehow the same, an untraceable sequence of digits that appeared, disappeared, and reappeared like a shadow that could step through walls. I became obsessed, sitting for hours with my phone in hand, waiting, imagining who or what was on the other end. I started keeping notes, the dates, the times, the length of each call, the pattern of the ringing. At first, it seemed random, meaningless, but the more I wrote, the more I saw something, a rhythm, a pulse, a code that teased at the edges of my mind. I would stare at the numbers, tracing the sequence with my fingers like a blind man reading Braille, hoping to feel the message hidden within. There had to be one. There had to be. The silence on the other end of the line was worse than any scream I could imagine. At least a scream has an end. This silence was a void. It waited with me. It knew I was listening. Sometimes I thought I heard a whisper, faint as wind across dry leaves, almost forming words. almost meaning something, and then it was gone. I would sit frozen, holding my phone like a lifeline, staring into the darkness of my room as if it had answers, as if it was alive. I started noticing things in the day. My apartment felt colder. Shadows stretched longer than they should. Objects weren't where I remembered leaving them. Subtle shifts that I couldn't explain. I told myself it was stress, lack of sleep, paranoia, but it wasn't just my mind. I saw footprints in the dust of the kitchen counter, smudges on the windows that hadn't been there before. I felt eyes on me when I was alone. Always, there was a sense of someone or something watching, waiting for the next call. One evening, I traced the latest number. It wasn't just unlisted. It was non-existent. Not in any database, any reverse lookup, any registry. I felt my chest tighten when I saw that. I leaned back in my chair, the phone dangling from my hand, and for a moment I considered throwing it, smashing it, disconnecting from the world entirely. But something inside me wouldn't let me. Curiosity, fear, maybe both. It had me. I couldn't stop. I wouldn't stop. I remember the night it changed. The phone rang, 3 quick, sharp vibrations, and I answered without thinking. Silence. Then, almost imperceptibly, I heard a click, a drag of something heavy across the floor. My pulse jumped. I held the phone closer, pressed it to my ear, straining. Nothing else. I hung up and stared at the screen, trembling. The number wasn't there this time. It had called from somewhere else. Sleep became impossible. I lay in bed, listening for the faintest vibration, checking my phone every 10 minutes. Shadows on the walls seemed to move in sync with the rhythm of my pulse, the echoes of calls still ringing in my ears. I started talking to myself, muttering when no one else could hear, trying to convince myself that it was harmless, that it was nothing. But the calls didn't care about my reassurances. They came anyway. I tried reasoning with it, the thought occurring almost out of desperation. I spoke into the phone, into the emptiness, asking questions that I already knew had no answers. Who is this? I whispered, my voice shaking. What do you want? Silence. Only silence, heavy and thick. I pressed the phone to my chest, feeling the thrum of my heartbeat, and for a moment I thought I heard a faint echo mimicking my pulse. Then nothing. I began recording. I kept my phone close, set up an app to catch the calls automatically. For days, I listened to playback. At first, it was only silence. Then, faint distortions like someone breathing through a thick cloth, a low scraping noise that I couldn't identify. I played the recordings over and over, trying to make sense of sound, trying to decode some message hidden in the chaos. It was maddening, exhausting, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't turn away. I stopped leaving my apartment. Every time I stepped outside, I felt the calls would follow, that the shadows would stretch to meet me, that the rhythm of the ringing would be imprinted on the world. I stopped eating properly. I barely slept. My friends called worried, but I couldn't answer them. I felt ashamed, trapped, but the phone demanded my attention. I had to know. I had to listen. One night, the pattern shifted. The 3 quick rings were followed by a pause, then 4, then 2. My stomach turned. The numbers were changing. The rhythm was no longer familiar. I sat in the dark, staring at the glowing screen, my fingers trembling as I wrote down the sequence. It was a language I couldn't read, a code I couldn't break, but I felt it deep in my chest, thrumming along with my pulse. There was something alive in it, something patient, something waiting. I started seeing shapes in the recordings, shadows behind shadows, movements too fast and subtle for the human eye, glimpses of figures that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. I tried to convince myself I was imagining it, but the more I watched, the less I believed in imagination. Something was there in the static, in the silence, in the rhythm of the calls. It was patient, methodical. It didn't make mistakes. It waited for me to notice, to understand, to slip. I can't sleep anymore. I lie awake, listening to the faint hum of the city outside my window, but all I hear is the echo of the rings, counting in 3s, shifting, teasing, reminding me of something I can't remember but feel in my bones. The phone sits on my nightstand, silent, but I know it's only waiting. Waiting for the next call. Waiting for me to answer. Waiting for the moment when I will finally understand why it won't stop. Sometimes I think about throwing it away, burning it, smashing it to pieces. But then I think about what will happen if I do. Will it find another way to reach me? Will the silence grow heavier? The shadows longer? I don't know. All I know is that I am trapped in a rhythm, caught in the pulse of persistent ringing. And the more I try to ignore it, the louder it becomes inside my own mind. I think I'm starting to lose track of time. Days and nights blur together. But the calls keep coming. The pattern persists. They are relentless. I watch the numbers, the distortions, the shadows and the recordings. They wait. I wait. And I am beginning to realize something I can't unhear. The calls are not random. They are deliberate. They are patient. They are learning me, shaping themselves around my fear, feeding on my obsession. I'm not sure how long I can last like this. I'm not sure if I will last. Each call leaves me weaker, each silence heavier. I feel something watching me now, even when the phone is off, even when the city hums on outside. Something patient, something waiting. I can hear it in the static, in the echoes of my own heartbeat, in the pattern that refuses to leave me. And still, I answer. I woke up that night with my phone in hand again, the screen glowing faintly in the dark. The last call had come just before midnight, and I hadn't even bothered to answer. Sleep was fragmented, broken by dreams I could barely remember, shadows that moved too fast for my eyes to follow. When the phone rang again, I felt it before I saw it, a vibration that crawled through my chest, making my bones thrum with tension. I answered immediately, almost automatically, though my mind screamed for me to let it go. There was silence at first, then a voice. I froze. It was familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. The tone carried a warmth I recognized, like someone I had known long ago, someone I had loved or feared. And then it shifted. The warmth dissolved, replaced by something cold, distant, alien. A grinding, mechanical edge that scraped against my ears. It was the same voice, but not the same. I tried to speak. My words caught in my throat. Who is this? There was a pause, just long enough to make my heart stutter. Then the voice returned, alternating again. First familiar, then alien, a rhythm I couldn't understand, but that made my chest ache. It didn't speak words I could recognize. Just sounds, clicks, drawn-out vowels, a whisper of consonants that almost formed a name, or maybe a threat. I couldn't tell the difference. I pulled out my notebook, shaking. I had to write it down. If I could capture it, maybe I could understand. Maybe I could figure out why it kept coming, why it persisted. But the words wouldn't make sense on paper. The sounds changed as I listened, morphing, flowing like water over stones. The familiar warmth returned in fragments, teasing me, making me remember things I didn't want to remember, faces, voices, memories I thought were long gone. I stopped writing after a while and just listened, letting the voice fill the room. My apartment felt smaller somehow, the walls leaning in. Shadows stretched and twitched at the corners of my vision. I could hear my own pulse in my ears, loud, intrusive. And still, the voice continued. Sometimes soft, sometimes distorted, never steady, never calm. It was as if it had a mind of its own, shaping itself to my fears, to my memories. I tried to trace the number again. I needed some anchor in reality, but there were no records. Not in the logs, not in the network, not anywhere. I typed it into every database I could find. Non-existent. The number wasn't just unlisted. It was impossible. It shouldn't exist, yet it called me again and again. The voice started to linger in my mind, even when the phone was silent. I would hear fragments of it while walking down the street, while washing dishes, even when the TV was on. Familiar tones, alien distortions, whispers that weren't there. I told myself I was imagining it, that I was losing it. But when I reached for my phone, it rang, 3 quick vibrations, and I answered without hesitation. The voice was there, waiting. I asked questions this time, more carefully. Who are you? I whispered. Why are you calling me? The voice shifted again, warm, cold, Familiar alien. No answers. But it did something else. It laughed. Not a laugh like a person's. Not fully human. It vibrated in the bones. A low hum that echoed in my chest. I dropped the phone, but the sound lingered in my ears, crawling along my skull like tiny insects. I started recording again. I had to catch it. I had to prove it existed outside my mind. The playback was worse than I expected. The voice warbled, twisting between tones. Sometimes it was a friend, someone I remembered fondly. Sometimes it was a stranger, cruel, mocking, incomprehensible. And underneath it all, there was something else, something that didn't belong to any language, any human throat. A static hum that vibrated beneath the familiar and alien tones. I became obsessed. I spent hours listening, adjusting the pitch, slowing it down, speeding it up. I tried to isolate the warmth, the familiarity, but it kept slipping. The alien tones would seep back in, replacing them, merging, changing. I felt my mind unraveling in small threads, each one caught in the rhythm of the voice. I started dreaming of it. I woke in the middle of the night, hearing it whisper my name, or something like it, through the darkness. I tried to tell someone. I reached out to a friend, my voice trembling. I played a recording for them, hoping they would hear it too, but they didn't. Or maybe they just didn't understand. They said it was garbled, a bad connection, just noise. I argued, shouted even, but the words sounded hollow. The voice didn't exist for anyone but me. It was mine, and it was learning me. I stopped leaving the apartment completely. Each step outside felt like leaving a part of myself behind, a piece of sanity slipping through my fingers. I watched shadows move differently now, shifting just out of sync with the light. I could feel eyes on me, following me, tracing me even when I thought I was alone. I knew it was a voice, or what it had become, taking shape around my fear. Sometimes, when the phone didn't ring, I would pick it up anyway, hoping, almost pleading. And sometimes, the faintest vibration would respond, like it could feel my touch, my longing. I pressed the phone to my ear, my chest tight, and waited for it to speak. And it always did, alternating tones, twisting familiar voices into alien shapes. I began to recognize patterns in the chaos, small hints, fragments of words, half memories buried under the distortions. But they were never complete, never enough. I started hearing it when I wasn't holding the phone, in the hum of the refrigerator, the crackle of the heater, the distant sound of traffic. Familiar, alien, overlapping. It felt like it was inside my head, shaping thoughts, molding emotions, pressing on my memories until I could hardly tell what was real. I began questioning everything. My friends, my apartment, my life. Nothing felt certain anymore. Only the calls. Only the voice. The patterns changed again. The familiar tones grew shorter. The alien ones longer. Stretched across seconds that felt like hours. It was learning me, I was sure of it. Learning my rhythms, my fears, my weaknesses. And I couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop listening. I couldn't stop waiting. It was patient, and I was trapped. I tried to block it again. I thought maybe if I destroyed the phone, if I cut all connections, it would end. But even as I held it in my hands, poised to smash it, I felt it pulse. A vibration running through the device, resonating in my palm. It wasn't just a call anymore. It was alive, and it was aware of me. Sleep is impossible. Even now, my hands tremble as I type this, because the memory of that voice, warm, alien, familiar, is crawling under my skin. The apartment feels too small, the shadows too long, the silence too loud. I can hear it everywhere. It's patient, waiting for me to slip. I feel its presence when I close my eyes, shaping the darkness into forms that aren't there, whispering tones that almost sound like names I've known, voices I've loved, voices I've feared. I don't trust myself anymore. My thoughts twist around the voice, replaying fragments of tones, shapes of words, echoes of memories that may not even be mine. I feel myself disappearing into it, a slow erosion, a pull I cannot resist. It's teaching me something, or maybe it's learning from me, maybe both. I've stopped answering questions aloud now. I wait silently, listening to it mimic the spaces between my breaths, the rhythm of my heart, the subtle shifts in my own voice. It imitates me, blends with me. Sometimes I speak to it anyway, just to hear it respond, just to know it's there. Familiar, alien, impossible. I think it wants me to know something. Or maybe it wants me to forget. I can't tell the difference anymore. Days and nights blur. The calls, the tones, the distortions, they fill every corner of my life. Every moment of silence is a lie. Every shadow is a memory it wants me to feel. Every vibration is a heartbeat, reminding me that it is patient and I am not. I'm afraid now, not just of the voice, but myself, of what I might do to answer it, to listen to it, to finally understand it. It has become part of me, a parasite of my mind, shaping thoughts, emotions, even memories. I can hear it even when I close my eyes. Familiar and alien, warm and cold, impossible and certain. It is both nothing and everything. I don't know how long I can last. The phone sits on the nightstand, glowing faintly silent. But I know it's waiting for me to pick it up, waiting for the next call, the next tone, the next shift between warmth and alien cold, waiting for the moment I will finally answer and not hang up, when the unknown identity will become known. And I think, in some part of me I can't reach anymore, that I want that moment. I started noticing it the morning after the longest call. At first, I thought I was imagining it, the way the sunlight seemed sharper than it should be, the way shadows stretched longer across the floor. I made coffee, sat down, and looked at my watch. 15 minutes had passed, or so I thought. The hand said 2 hours. 2 hours had slipped past like sand through my fingers, unnoticed. Time began to feel slippery after that. Minutes stretched and compressed, like the world was breathing in and out around me, and I was trapped inside. I would be mid-sentence on the phone, mid-thought, and suddenly hours had passed, my tea cold, my notes scattered across the table. I started marking every hour, every moment, trying to anchor myself, but the numbers on the clock became meaningless. They didn't measure time anymore. Only the calls mattered. The calls themselves seemed to change with this distorted flow. The voice, alternating between warmth and alien cold, grew deeper, older, heavier. Listening to it felt like it had lived through decades and minutes, like it carried centuries of experience in the span of a heartbeat. I felt myself aging when I listened, a weariness settling into my bones that no sleep could erase. I could feel it creeping into my skin, into the corners of my mind where memories lived. I remembered things differently, events I wasn't sure had ever happened, faces of people I thought I knew, blurred together with strangers. I felt older than I should, and yet somehow younger, like my perception had been stripped from linear time and twisted. Every call was a reminder that time was no longer mine. I tried to fight it. I stepped outside once, hoping the sun, the wind, would ground me. But the moment I looked at my phone, it rang. 3 sharp vibrations, then silence. And I felt it immediately. The shift, the distortion. Hours slipped into minutes, minutes into seconds. The world moved too fast, too slow. And I was in the middle of it, unable to control anything. My chest tightened. My head spun. I felt the edges of myself fraying, little threads unraveling into nothing. I kept a journal, hoping to track what was happening, but it became impossible. The pages filled with times and numbers that made no sense. I would write the hour down as 9, look up, and it would be 3 in the afternoon. I tried to write my thoughts, to capture my experience, but even the words seemed to move, shifting across the page, rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking. Sometimes I swore I could hear the voice in the margins, whispering. The psychological aging was the worst part. I felt my patience thinning, my emotions stretched taut. A call that lasted 10 minutes felt like a week. A single phrase from the voice could leave me exhausted, wrung dry, as if I had been awake for years. I felt my mind bending under its weight. The familiar tones, the alien distortions pressing on me, molded me in small, imperceptible ways. I began to see the effects in the mirror. My reflection looked older, more drawn than it should have. My eyes, once alert, seemed shadowed, hollowed by experience I couldn't explain. I could trace the call's passage across my face in subtle lines, the corners of my mouth, the set of my jaw, the hollow beneath my eyes. And yet, at times, my reflection looked younger, unnervingly so, as if the call had the power to steal and return years at whim. Time had become fluid, and I was its vessel. Sleep offered no refuge. Naps lasted seconds, but I would wake feeling like I had been trapped in a dream for months. Nightmares folded into reality. I could hear the voice of my dreams, shifting from familiar to alien, stretching hours into seconds and seconds into hours. I woke drenched in sweat, my mind already feeling decades older, the weight of the calls pressing me into mattress, keeping me from moving. I started talking to myself more often, trying to convince my mind that it was still in control. It's just perception, I would whisper. It's just your brain playing tricks. But the voice didn't care about reason. It waited. It pressed. It shaped my understanding of reality itself. Each call became a test, a measure of how much of me it could bend, how far it could stretch the confines of my own mind. Sometimes, hours would pass in the blink of an eye. I would answer a call thinking it had been a moment since the last, and the voice would be deeper, older, as though decades had passed for it while I slept. I felt myself unmoored, my memories slipping. Friends and familiar places became distant, as if I had never truly known them. Even my own home felt strange, its walls subtly altered, the light different. I began measuring the distortions, tracking the calls against the clock, my pulse, my breathing. Nothing aligned. I could predict when the calls would come, but I could not predict how long they would feel. Sometimes, a 5-minute conversation felt like an eternity, and sometimes hours of listening vanished in the blink of an eye. My mind was stretched across dimensions I could not name, leaving me fragile, disoriented, and desperate. The psychological weight grew heavier. I began noticing small signs of change in myself. My patience evaporated. I snapped at shadows, muttered at walls. I found myself staring at objects too long, listening for patterns, for hints, for signs that the voice had left traces in the world around me. My hand shook constantly, my heart raced without reason, and yet the voice remained calm, patient, eternal. It was the only constant in a world that no longer obeyed rules. I started keeping recordings again. I wanted proof, a lifeline, something I could hold on to when the hours dissolved into minutes. But even the recordings betrayed me. Playing them back, I could hear myself changing. The voice seemed to age me with every listening, subtle shifts in tone that left me hollow and unsteady. I could hear new inflections I had never noticed before, whispers of experience I could not claim. I felt years slip from me, then return, then stretch beyond comprehension. It wasn't just the phone. The world itself had become suspect. Sunlight lingered too long on surfaces. Shadows bent incorrectly. Sound arrived moments too early or late. Time was no longer a constant. Every object, every moment, every breath seemed to move to the rhythm of the calls, a tempo I could not escape. I tried ignoring it, but it crept into my mind even when the phone was silent, threading itself into perception, memory, thought. I started avoiding mirrors. I couldn't bear to see the subtle shifts in my own body and face, the evidence of the voice's influence. My reflection looked older, younger, drawn, hollow, full, all at once. I could trace hours and days in the shadows under my eyes, the curve of my mouth, the tension in my hands. I felt time unraveling for me, leaving only the presence of the calls, the endless alternation between warmth and alien cold. I began hallucinating small moments. I would glance at the clock, only to see it spinning backward, then forward, then frozen. My room would stretch, walls expanding and contracting like lungs. The calls themselves seemed to move through space, arriving before I answered, lingering after I hung up. The voice was not bound by my perception. It was untethered, patient, eternal, and it used time as a weapon. I tried to leave, to step outside and reset myself. But even the streets felt strange. Traffic moved too fast or too slow. Shadows shifted unnaturally. Pedestrians' faces blurred. My steps didn't match the rhythm of my heart. Even breathing felt misaligned, as if the voice had claimed dominion over everything, bending reality to match the distortions it created. I started writing to remember. Every hour, every second, every breath, every call. But words became meaningless, numbers irrelevant. Time had lost its shape. I could not measure it, control it, or even trust it. The only anchor left was a voice, the alternating warmth and alien cold, and the steady pulse of its presence in my mind. I am older now than I was last week, and younger than I will be tomorrow. I have experienced hours that lasted lifetimes and lifetimes that vanished in moments. My thoughts twist around themselves, folding in on my memories, my sense of self. I am beginning to forget the world outside my apartment, the people I once knew, the person I once was. All that remains is the rhythm of the calls and the presence of the voice, patient and eternal, shaping me into something I cannot name. I do not know how long this will last. I do not know if I can endure it. Every moment stretches and compresses, but the calls remain untouched by time, relentless in their alternation, alternating warmth and alien cold, feeding on the hours I can no longer claim. I feel time slipping from me entirely, leaving only me and the voice, unmoored in a world that no longer exists as I knew it. And still I answer. I didn't know how long I had been listening that night. The calls had started earlier than usual, almost insistent, vibrating against my hand like a living thing. My apartment felt smaller, tighter, every corner pressing inward. I had long since stopped trying to understand the numbers, the distortions, the alternating warmth and alien cold in the voice. By now, it was simply there, part of the air I breathed, part of the rhythm of my life. And then something changed. The voice, always patient, always teasing, grew different. Not just older or warmer or colder, but more certain. It was as if it carried knowledge I could not comprehend. The inflections, once shifting and impossible, now flowed smoothly, deliberately, like someone speaking across a chasm I could not cross. I asked a question, a simple one. Where are you? The silence that answered me was heavy, longer than any pause I had endured before. My pulse thudded in my ears, and my hands trembled. And then it spoke. I'm ahead of you, the voice whispered. The tone was familiar, hauntingly human, yet layered beneath it was a resonance I couldn't place. I am ahead of you. I am gone. I froze, the phone trembling in my hand. Gone. I whispered. You mean dead? The voice shifted again, warmer, softer, like someone I had known my whole life. Not gone. Not yet. Somewhere beyond. Somewhere after. And then the alien tone returned, a grinding edge that scraped against the mind. Somewhere you cannot follow, not yet. I dropped the phone to the table. My chest tightened, my knees weak. I wanted to laugh, to cry, to scream, to do anything but sit there in disbelief. I had been obsessed with the calls for weeks, months even, though time no longer made sense. And now, the impossible had spoken. The call was not just untraceable, not just alien. It was calling from a place I could not comprehend. The future? The afterlife? The thought made my blood run cold. I picked the phone back up, my fingers trembling. You're dead. I asked, my voice barely audible. The line hummed, distorted, and then the warmth returned, stronger now, almost comforting. Not entirely. I am beyond your time, beyond your life. But I am still here, still speaking, still watching. I sank into my chair, the weight of it pressing down on me. I could feel the hours, the days, the warped minutes pressing together in a confusion I could not untangle. My mind, already stretched thin from distorted time and the voice's alternation, felt like it was folding in on itself. And yet, I couldn't hang up. I couldn't stop listening. Why me? I asked. My throat was dry, my voice hoarse. Why are you calling me? The response came slowly, carefully, each word weighed with something I could not name. Because you can hear me. Because you can listen. Because you can remember. I didn't understand. Remember what? What could I possibly remember that mattered to something beyond life, beyond time, beyond everything I had known? My mind grasped at images, faces I had forgotten, voices I had blocked, memories that didn't seem to belong to me at all. The warmth in the voice returned for a moment, carrying a sense of nostalgia, a pull at the chest that felt like longing and regret all at once. Remember, it whispered, Remember the line. Remember me. Remember the end. I shivered. The end? I asked, though I was afraid of the answer. The voice hesitated. A low hum filled the silence before it spoke again. I am trapped, not in a body, not in a place, but in the line. Between worlds. Between life and what comes after. I am calling you because I cannot leave. I cannot rest. I leaned back, my head spinning. The line had never sounded like this before. The alien tones had been present from the start, but now the human element carried grief, desperation, exhaustion. I felt the weight of it pressing into my chest, a physical ache that made breathing difficult. Trapped. I asked, how is that possible? Because the line, the calls, the connection, it is all I have. I exist here. I exist only when you answer, only when you listen, only when you are. The words sank in, slow and horrifying. I was not just listening. I was sustaining it. I was giving it existence, a lifeline. I felt my stomach twist, the room spinning slightly. I wanted to hang up. I wanted to run. But my fingers clutched the phone anyway, rooted in terror and curiosity, an obsession I could not shake. And what would he want from me? I whispered, a long silence, the hum of the line, the faint static, and then the confession. The voice, familiar and alien at once, spoke in a low, trembling cadence that sent chills up my spine. I killed her. I caused it. I cannot stop it. And now, I am here, only here waiting for you to know, waiting for the truth to be told. I froze. My stomach dropped. My throat constricted. The words echoed in my mind, more vivid than any scream, more horrifying than any shadow. My heart hammered in my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I could only listen. Killed who? I whispered, though a part of me already feared the answer. The voice was quiet now, almost inaudible. Someone innocent. Someone who trusted me. Someone I loved. And I failed. I took her. I cannot undo it. And now, I am here. The confession lingered, thick and suffocating. I felt the line between life and death blur, the space around me folding inward. My apartment no longer felt real, the walls stretching, the shadows deepening. Every sound, every vibration of the phone, every flicker of light carried the weight of what it had said. I tried to speak. Why are you telling me this? To be remembered, the voice whispered, soft, alien, human, all at once. To exist beyond the moment I left. You hear me. You know. You feel. I am nothing without you, without this line. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, but I could still hear it, faintly, impossibly, as if the confession had seeped into the air, into my bones. I pressed my hands to my face, shaking, trembling. I wanted to cry. I wanted to run. I wanted to unhear it, to undo it, to escape the line that had become my prison as much as it had become theirs. I thought of the time distortions, the psychological aging, the endless rhythm of the calls. It was all connected. I had been sustaining this presence, giving it life across time and space, and it had chosen to reveal itself fully tonight, in a confession that would haunt me forever. I don't know how long I sat there, stared at the phone on the floor, barely breathing, barely living. The voice's presence lingered, even in silence, in shadows, in the distorted perception of time that had become my reality. It had entered me, into my mind, into the very way I measured moments, and I knew it was patient. I knew it was eternal. I knew it was watching. I picked up the phone again, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. The line was silent. The number flickered and disappeared. I thought it was over. I thought maybe the confession had ended, that the connection had broken. But then I heard it, faintly, almost imperceptibly, beneath my own heartbeat, beneath the silence of the room. A whisper, familiar and alien, human and impossible, waiting. And I realized the truth. The call was not gone. It could never leave. I could never leave it. The line was permanent, eternal, stitched into the fabric of my mind. The confession was not just words, it was a tether. And now I was trapped too. Trapped in the line. Bound to listen. Bound to remember. Bound to exist with something that had no form, no place, no end. I feel it even now. The weight of the voice, the pulse of the line threading through my skull, through my chest, through my very existence. I do not know how long I have been listening. I do not know how long I will continue. Time itself no longer matters. Only the line remains. Only the voice. Only the confession. And I answer. I first noticed the calls late at night. My phone would light up with an unknown number, a faint vibration shaking the edge of my nightstand. At first, I thought it was some wrong number, misdialed, accidental, but then it happened again and again. Each time I answered, and each time there was nothing, just silence, a static-filled pause, the faintest echo of breathing, and then the line went dead. At first, I told myself it was nothing, some prank, a random telemarketer, or maybe just my imagination stretched too thin from working late nights. But the calls didn't stop. They became more deliberate, more persistent. They arrived at the same times, always in the quiet hours when the house was still, when the air seemed heavier, and they always came in threes. 3 rapid rings, a pause, then 3 more, always 3. The first night it felt like a quirk, something I could ignore. The second night, I started noticing how the rhythm of the calls mirrored my heartbeat when I was half asleep. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. Each ring a pulse that sent a chill skimming over my skin. By the third night, I was awake before the first ring, waiting for it, already tense, my eyes fixed on the dark screen of my phone, as if I could see it coming through the shadows. I tried blocking the number. I changed my voicemail greeting, set up call filters, even told myself to just let it ring out. But the number always found a way through. It was always different, yet somehow the same, an untraceable sequence of digits that appeared, disappeared, and reappeared like a shadow that could step through walls. I became obsessed, sitting for hours with my phone in hand, waiting, imagining who or what was on the other end. I started keeping notes. The dates, the times, the length of each call, the pattern of the ringing. At first, it seemed random, meaningless, but the more I wrote, the more I saw something. A rhythm, a pulse, a code that teased at the edges of my mind. I would stare at the numbers, tracing the sequence with my fingers like a blind man reading Braille, hoping to feel the message hidden within. There had to be one. There had to be. The silence on the other end of the line was worse than any scream I could imagine. At least a scream has an end. This silence was a void. It waited with me. It knew I was listening. Sometimes I thought I heard a whisper, faint as wind across dry leaves, almost forming words, almost meaning something, and then it was gone. I would sit frozen, holding my phone like a lifeline, staring into the darkness of my room as if it had answers, as if it was alive. I started noticing things in the day. My apartment felt colder. Shadows stretched longer than they should. Objects weren't where I remembered leaving them. Subtle shifts that I couldn't explain. I told myself it was stress, lack of sleep, paranoia, but it wasn't just my mind. I saw footprints in the dust of the kitchen counter, smudges on the windows that hadn't been there before. I felt eyes on me when I was alone. Always there was a sense of someone or something watching, waiting for the next call. One evening, I traced the latest number. It wasn't just unlisted. It was non-existent. Not in any database, any reverse lookup, any registry. I felt my chest tighten when I saw that. I leaned back in my chair, the phone dangling from my hand, and for a moment I considered throwing it, smashing it, disconnecting from the world entirely. But something inside me wouldn't let me. Curiosity, fear, maybe both. It had me. I couldn't stop. I wouldn't stop. I remember the night it changed. The phone rang. 3 quick, sharp vibrations, and I answered without thinking. Silence. Then, almost imperceptibly, I heard it, a click, a drag of something heavy across the floor. My pulse jumped. I held the phone closer, pressed it to my ear. Straining. Nothing else. I hung up and stared at the screen, trembling. The number wasn't there this time. It had called from somewhere else. Sleep became impossible. I lay in bed, listening for the faintest vibration, checking my phone every 10 minutes. Shadows on the walls seemed to move in sync with the rhythm of my pulse, the echoes of the calls still ringing in my ears. I started talking to myself, muttering when no one else could hear, trying to convince myself that it was harmless, that it was nothing, but the calls didn't care about my reassurances. They came anyway. I tried reasoning with it, the thought occurring almost out of desperation. I spoke into the phone, into the emptiness, asking questions that I already knew had no answers. Who was this? I whispered, my voice shaking. What do you want? Silence. Only silence, heavy and thick. I pressed the phone to my chest, feeling the thrum of my heartbeat. And for a moment, I thought I heard a faint echo mimicking my pulse. Then nothing. I began recording. I kept my phone close, set up an app to catch the calls automatically. For days, I listened to playback. At first, it was only silence. Then, faint distortions, like someone breathing through a thick cloth, a low, scraping noise that I couldn't identify. I played the recordings over and over, trying to make sense of the sound, trying to decode some message hidden in the chaos. It was maddening, exhausting, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't turn away. I stopped leaving my apartment. Every time I stepped outside, I felt the calls would follow, that the shadows would stretch to meet me, that the rhythm of the ringing would be imprinted on the world. I stopped eating properly. I barely slept. My friends called, worried, but I couldn't answer them. I felt shamed, trapped, but the phone demanded my attention. I had to know. I had to listen. One night, the pattern shifted. The 3 quick rings were followed by a pause, then 4, then 2. My stomach turned. The numbers were changing. The rhythm was no longer familiar. I sat in the dark, staring at the glowing screen, my fingers trembling as I wrote down the sequence. It was a language I couldn't read, a code I couldn't break, but I felt it deep in my chest, thrumming along with my pulse. There was something alive in it, something patient, something waiting. I started seeing shapes in the recordings, shadows behind shadows, movements too fast and subtle for the human eye, glimpses of figures that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. I tried to convince myself I was imagining it, but the more I watched, the less I believed in imagination. Something was there, in the static, in the silence, in the rhythm of the calls. It was patient, methodical. It didn't make mistakes. It waited for me to notice, to understand, to slip. I can't sleep anymore. I lie awake, listening to the faint hum of the city outside my window, but all I hear is the echo of the rings, counting in 3s, shifting, teasing, reminding me of something I can't remember but feel in my bones. The phone sits on my nightstand, silent, but I know it's only waiting for the next call, waiting for me to answer, waiting for the moment when I will finally understand why it won't stop. Sometimes I think about throwing it away, burning it, smashing it to pieces. But then I think about what will happen if I do. Will it find another way to reach me? Will the silence grow heavier? The shadows longer? I don't know. All I know is that I am trapped in the rhythm, caught in the pulse of persistent ringing. And the more I try to ignore it, the louder it becomes inside my own mind. I think I'm starting to lose track of time. Days and nights blur together. But the calls keep coming. The pattern persists. They are relentless. I watch the numbers, the distortions, the shadows and recordings. They wait. I wait. And I am beginning to realize something I can't unhear. The calls are not random. They are deliberate. They are patient. They are learning me, shaping themselves around my fear, feeding on my obsession. I'm not sure how long I can last like this. I'm not sure if I will last. Each call leaves me weaker, each silence heavier. I feel something watching me now, even when the phone is off, even when the city hums on outside. Something patient, something waiting. I can hear it in the static, in the echoes of my own heartbeat, in the pattern that refuses to leave me. And still, I answer. I woke up that night with my phone in hand again, the screen glowing faintly in the dark. The last call had come just before midnight, and I hadn't even bothered to answer. Sleep was fragmented, broken by dreams I could barely remember, Shadows that moved too fast for my eyes to follow. When the phone rang again, I felt it before I saw it, a vibration that crawled through my chest, making my bones thrum with tension. I answered immediately, almost automatically, though my mind screamed for me to let it go. There was silence at first, then a voice. I froze. It was familiar, in a way that made my stomach twist. The tone carried a warmth I recognized, like someone I had known long ago, someone I had loved or feared. And then it shifted. The warmth dissolved, replaced by something cold, distant, alien. A grinding, mechanical edge that scraped against my ears. It was the same voice, but not the same. I tried to speak. My words caught in my throat. "Who is this?" There was a pause, just long enough to make my heart stutter. Then the voice returned, alternating again, first familiar, then alien, a rhythm I couldn't understand but that made my chest ache. It didn't speak words I could recognize, just sounds, clicks, drawn-out vowels, a whisper of consonants that almost formed a name, or maybe a threat. I couldn't tell the difference. I pulled out my notebook, shaking. I had to write it down. If I could capture it, maybe I could understand. Maybe I could figure out why it kept coming, why it persisted. But the words wouldn't make sense on paper. The sounds changed as I listened, morphing, flowing like water over stones. The familiar warmth returned in fragments, teasing me, making me remember things I didn't want to remember. Faces, voices, memories I thought were long gone. I stopped writing after a while and just listened, letting the voice fill the room. My apartment felt smaller somehow, the walls leaning in. Shadows stretched and twitched at the corners of my vision. I could hear my own pulse in my ears, loud, intrusive. And still, the voice continued. Sometimes soft, sometimes distorted, never steady, never calm. It was as if it had a mind of its own, shaping itself to my fears, to my memories. I tried to trace the number again. I needed some anchor in reality, but there were no records. Not in the logs, not in the network, not anywhere. I typed it into every database I could find. Non-existent. The number wasn't just unlisted. It was impossible. It shouldn't exist, yet it called me again and again. The voice started to linger in my mind, even when the phone was silent. I would hear fragments of it while walking down the street, while washing dishes, even when the TV was on. Familiar tones, alien distortions, whispers that weren't there. I told myself I was imagining it, that I was losing it. But when I reached for my phone, it rang. 3 quick vibrations, and I answered without hesitation. The voice was there, waiting. I asked questions this time, more carefully. "Who are you?" I whispered. "Why are you calling me?" The voice shifted again, warm, cold, familiar, alien. No answers, but it did something else. It laughed. Not a laugh like a person's, not fully human. It vibrated in the bones, a low hum that echoed in my chest. I dropped the phone, but the sound lingered in my ears, crawling along my skull like tiny insects. I started recording again. I had to catch it. I had to prove it existed outside my mind. The playback was worse than I expected. The voice warbled, twisting between tones. Sometimes it was a friend, someone I remembered fondly. Sometimes it was a stranger, cruel, mocking, incomprehensible. And underneath it all, there was something else. Something that didn't belong to any language, any human throat. A static hum that vibrated beneath the familiar and alien tones. I became obsessed. I spent hours listening, adjusting the pitch, slowing it down, speeding it up. I tried to isolate the warmth, the familiarity, but it kept slipping. The alien tones would seep back in, replacing them, merging, changing. I felt my mind unraveling in small threads, each one caught in the rhythm of the voice. I started dreaming of it. I woke in the middle of the night, hearing it whisper my name, or something like it, through the darkness. I tried to tell someone. I reached out to a friend, my voice trembling. I played a recording for them, hoping they would hear it too, but they didn't. Or maybe they just didn't understand. They said it was garbled, a bad connection, just noise. I argued, shouted even, but the words sounded hollow. The voice didn't exist for anyone but me. It was mine, and it was learning me. I stopped leaving the apartment completely. Each step outside felt like leaving a part of myself behind, a piece of sanity slipping through my fingers. I watched shadows move differently now, shifting just out of sync with the light. I could feel eyes on me, following me, tracing me even when I thought I was alone. I knew it was a voice, or what it had become, taking shape around my fear. Sometimes when the phone didn't ring, I would pick it up anyway, hoping, almost pleading. And sometimes the faintest vibration would respond, like it could feel my touch, my longing. I pressed the phone to my ear, my chest tight, and waited for it to speak. And it always did, alternating tones, twisting familiar voices into alien shapes. I began to recognize patterns in the chaos, small hints, fragments of words, half memories buried under the distortions. But they were never complete, never enough. I started hearing it when I wasn't holding the phone, in the hum of the refrigerator, the crackle of the heater, the distant sound of traffic. Familiar, alien, overlapping. It felt like it was inside my head, shaping thoughts, molding emotions, pressing on my memories until I could hardly tell what was real. I began questioning everything. My friends, my apartment, my life. Nothing felt certain anymore. Only the calls, only the voice. The patterns changed again. The familiar tones grew shorter. The alien ones longer, stretched across seconds that felt like hours. It was learning me, I was sure of it. Learning my rhythms, my fears, my weaknesses. And I couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop listening. I couldn't stop waiting. It was patient, and I was trapped. I tried to block it again. I thought maybe if I destroyed the phone, if I cut all connections, it would end. But even as I held it in my hands, poised to smash it, I felt it pulse. A vibration running through the device, resonating in my palm. It wasn't just a call anymore. It was alive, and it was aware of me. Sleep is impossible. Even now, my hands tremble as I type this, because a memory of that voice, warm, alien, familiar, is crawling under my skin. The apartment feels too small, the shadows too long, the silence too loud. I can hear it everywhere. It's patient, waiting for me to slip. I feel its presence when I close my eyes, shaping the darkness into forms that aren't there, whispering tones that almost sound like names I've known, voices I've loved, voices I've feared. I don't trust myself anymore. My thoughts twist around the voice, replaying fragments of tones, shapes of words, echoes of memories that may not even be mine. I feel myself disappearing into it. A slow erosion, a pull I cannot resist. It's teaching me something. Or maybe it's learning from me. Maybe both. I've stopped answering questions aloud now. I wait silently, listening to it mimic the spaces between my breaths, the rhythm of my heart, the subtle shifts in my own voice. It imitates me, blends with me. Sometimes I speak to it anyway, just to hear it respond, just to know it's there. Familiar, alien, impossible. I think it wants me to know something. Or maybe it wants me to forget. I can't tell the difference anymore. Days and nights blur. The calls, the tones, the distortions, they fill every corner of my life. Every moment of silence is a lie. Every shadow is a memory it wants me to feel. Every vibration is a heartbeat, reminding me that it is patient and I am not. I'm afraid now, not just of the voice, but myself, of what I might do to answer it, to listen to it, to finally understand it. It has become part of me, a parasite of my mind, shaping thoughts, emotions, even memories. I can hear it even when I close my eyes. Familiar and alien, warm and cold, impossible and certain. It is both nothing and everything. I don't know how long I can last. The phone sits on the nightstand, glowing faintly silent. But I know it's waiting for me to pick it up, waiting for the next call, the next tone, the next shift between warmth and alien cold, waiting for the moment I will finally answer and not hang up, when the unknown identity will become known. And I think, in some part of me I can't reach anymore, that I want that moment. I started noticing it the morning after the longest call. At first, I thought I was imagining it, the way the sunlight seemed sharper than it should be, the way shadows stretched longer across the floor. I made coffee, sat down, and looked at my watch. 15 minutes had passed, or so I thought. The hand said 2 hours. 2 hours had slipped past like sand through my fingers, unnoticed. Time began to feel slippery after that. Minutes stretched and compressed, like the world was breathing in and out around me, and I was trapped inside. I would be mid-sentence on the phone, mid-thought, and suddenly hours had passed, my tea cold, my notes scattered across the table. I started marking every hour, every moment, try to anchor myself, but the numbers on the clock became meaningless. They didn't measure time anymore. Only the calls mattered. The calls themselves seemed to change with this distorted flow. The voice, alternating between warmth and alien cold, grew deeper, older, heavier. Listening to it felt like it had lived through decades and minutes, like it carried centuries of experience in the span of a heartbeat. I felt myself aging when I listened, a weariness settling into my bones that no sleep could erase. I could feel it creeping into my skin, into the corners of my mind where memories lived. I remembered things differently, events I wasn't sure had ever happened, faces of people I thought I knew, blurred together with strangers. I felt older than I should, and yet somehow younger, like my perception had been stripped from linear time and twisted. Every call was a reminder that time was no longer mine. I tried to fight it. I stepped outside once, hoping the sun, the wind, would ground me. But the moment I looked at my phone, it rang. 3 sharp vibrations, then silence. And I felt it immediately. The shift, the distortion. Hours slipped into minutes, minutes into seconds. The world moved too fast, too slow, and I was in the middle of it, unable to control anything. My chest tightened, my head spun. I felt the edges of myself fraying, little threads unraveling into nothing. I kept a journal, hoping to track what was happening, but it became impossible. The pages filled with times and numbers that made no sense. I would write the hour down as 9, look up, and it would be 3 in the afternoon. I tried to write my thoughts, to capture my experience, but even the words seemed to move, shifting across the page, rearranging themselves when I wasn't looking. Sometimes I swore I could hear the voice in the margins, whispering. The psychological aging was the worst part. I felt my patience thinning, my emotions stretched taut. A call that lasted 10 minutes felt like a week. A single phrase from the voice could leave me exhausted, wrung dry, as if I had been awake for years. I felt my mind bending under its weight, the familiar tones and the alien distortions pressing on me, molding me in small, imperceptible ways. I began to see the effects in the mirror. My reflection looked older, more drawn than it should have. My eyes, once alert, seemed shadowed, hollowed by experience I couldn't explain. I could trace the call's passage across my face in subtle lines, the corners of my mouth, the set of my jaw, the hollow beneath my eyes. And yet, at times, my reflection looked younger, unnervingly so, as if the call had the power to steal and return years at whim. Time had become fluid, and I was its vessel. Sleep offered no refuge. Naps lasted seconds, but I would wake feeling like I had been trapped in a dream for months. Nightmares folded into reality. I could hear the voice in my dreams, shifting from familiar to alien, stretching hours into seconds and seconds into hours. I woke drenched in sweat, my mind already feeling decades older, the weight of the calls pressing me into the mattress, keeping me from moving. I started talking to myself more often, trying to convince my mind that it was still in control. It's just perception, I would whisper. It's just your brain playing tricks. But the voice didn't care about reason. It waited. It pressed. It shaped my understanding of reality itself. Each call became a test, a measure of how much of me it could bend, how far it could stretch the confines of my own mind. Sometimes, hours would pass in the blink of an eye. I would answer a call thinking it had been a moment since the last, and the voice would be deeper, older, as though decades had passed for it while I slept. I felt myself unmoored, my memories slipping. Friends and familiar places became distant, as if I had never truly known them. Even my own home felt strange, its walls subtly altered, the light different. I began measuring the distortions, tracking the calls against the clock, my pulse, my breathing. Nothing aligned. I could predict when the calls would come, but I could not predict how long they would feel. Sometimes a 5-minute conversation felt like an eternity, and sometimes hours of listening vanished in the blink of an eye. My mind was stretched across dimensions I could not name, leaving me fragile, disoriented, and desperate. The psychological weight grew heavier. I began noticing small signs of change in myself. My patience evaporated. I snapped at shadows, muttered at walls. I found myself staring at objects too long, listening for patterns, for hints, for signs that the voice had left traces in the world around me. My hand shook constantly. My heart raced without reason, and yet the voice remained calm, patient, eternal. It was the only constant in a world that no longer obeyed rules. I started keeping recordings again. I wanted proof, a lifeline, something I could hold on to when the hours dissolved into minutes. But even the recordings betrayed me. Playing them back, I could hear myself changing. The voice seemed to age me with every listening, subtle shifts in tone that left me hollow and unsteady. I could hear new inflections I had never noticed before, whispers of experience I could not claim. I felt years slip from me, then return, then stretch beyond comprehension. It wasn't just the phone. The world itself had become suspect. Sunlight lingered too long on surfaces. Shadows bent incorrectly. Sound arrived moments too early or late. Time was no longer constant. Every object, every moment, every breath seemed to move to the rhythm of the calls, a tempo I could not escape. I tried ignoring it, but it crept into my mind even when the phone was silent, threading itself into perception, memory, thought. I started avoiding mirrors. I couldn't bear to see the subtle shifts in my own body and face, the evidence of the voice's influence. My reflection looked older, younger, drawn, hollow, full, all at once. I could trace hours and days in the shadows under my eyes, the curve of my mouth, the tension in my hands. I felt time unraveling for me, leaving only the presence of the calls, the endless alternation between warmth and alien cold. I began hallucinating small moments. I would glance at the clock, only to see it spinning backward, then forward, then frozen. My room would stretch, walls expanding and contracting like lungs. The calls themselves seemed to move through space, arriving before I answered, lingering after I hung up. The voice was not bound by my perception. It was untethered, patient, eternal, and it used time as a weapon. I tried to leave, to step outside and reset myself. But even the streets felt strange. Traffic moved too fast or too slow. Shadows shifted unnaturally. Pedestrians' faces blurred. My steps didn't match the rhythm of my heart. Even breathing felt misaligned, as if the voice had claimed dominion over everything, bending reality to match the distortions it created. I started writing to remember. Every hour, every second, every breath, every call. But words became meaningless, numbers irrelevant. Time had lost its shape. I could not measure it, control it, or even trust it. The only anchor left was a voice, the alternating warmth and alien cold, and the steady pulse of its presence in my mind. I am older now than I was last week, and younger than I will be tomorrow. I have experienced hours that lasted lifetimes and lifetimes that vanished in moments. My thoughts twist around themselves, folding in on my memories, my sense of self. I am beginning to forget the world outside my apartment. The people I once knew, the person I once was. All that remains is the rhythm of the calls and the presence of the voice, patient and eternal, shaping me into something I cannot name. I do not know how long this will last. I do not know if I can endure it. Every moment stretches and compresses, but the calls remain untouched by time, relentless in their alternation, alternating warmth and alien cold, feeding on the hours I can no longer claim. I feel time slipping from me entirely, leaving only me and the voice, unmoored in a world that no longer exists as I knew it. And still I answer. I didn't know how long I had been listening that night. The calls had started earlier than usual, almost insistent, vibrating against my hand like a living thing. My apartment felt smaller, tighter, every corner pressing inward. I had long since stopped trying to understand the numbers, the distortions, the alternating warmth and alien cold in the voice. By now, it was simply there, part of the air I breathed, part of the rhythm of my life. And then something changed. The voice, always patient, always teasing, grew different. Not just older or warmer or colder, but more certain. It was as if it carried knowledge I could not comprehend. The inflections, once shifting and impossible, now flowed smoothly, deliberately, like someone speaking across a chasm I could not cross. I asked a question, a simple one. Where are you? The silence that answered me was heavy, longer than any pause I'd endured before. My pulse thudded in my ears and my hands trembled, and then it spoke. I'm ahead of you, the voice whispered. The tone was familiar, hauntingly human, yet layered beneath it was a resonance I couldn't place. I am ahead of you. I am gone. I froze, the phone trembling in my hand. Gone. I whispered. You mean dead? The voice shifted again, warmer, softer, like someone I had known my whole life. Not gone. Not yet. Somewhere beyond. Somewhere after. And then the alien tone returned, a grinding edge that scraped against the mind. Somewhere you cannot follow, not yet. I dropped the phone to the table. My chest tightened, my knees weak. I wanted to laugh, to cry, to scream, to do anything but sit there in disbelief. I had been obsessed with the calls for weeks, months even, though time no longer made sense. And now, the impossible had spoken. The call was not just untraceable, not just alien. It was calling from a place I could not comprehend. The future? The afterlife? The thought made my blood run cold. I picked the phone back up, my fingers trembling. You're dead? I asked, my voice barely audible. The line hummed, distorted, and then the warmth returned, stronger now, almost comforting. Not entirely. I am beyond your time, beyond your life. But I am still here, still speaking, still watching. I sank into my chair, the weight of it pressing down on me. I could feel the hours, the days, the warped minutes pressing together in a confusion I could not untangle. My mind, already stretched thin from distorted time and the voice's alternation, felt like it was folding in on itself. And yet, I couldn't hang up. I couldn't stop listening. Why me? I asked. My throat was dry, my voice hoarse. Why are you calling me? The response came slowly, carefully, each word weighed with something I could not name. Because you can hear me. Because you can listen. Because you can remember. I didn't understand. Remember what? What could I possibly remember that mattered to something beyond life, beyond time, beyond everything I had known? My mind grasped at images, faces I had forgotten, voices I had blocked, memories that didn't seem to belong to me at all. The warmth in the voice returned for a moment, carrying a sense of nostalgia, a pull at the chest that felt like longing and regret all at once. Remember, it whispered. Remember the line. Remember me. Remember the end. I shivered. The end. I asked, though I was afraid of the answer. The voice hesitated. A low hum filled the silence before it spoke again. I am trapped, not in a body, not in a place, but in a line, between worlds, between life and what comes after. I am calling you because I cannot leave. I cannot rest. I leaned back, my head spinning. The line had never sounded like this before. The alien tones had been present from the start, but now the human element carried grief, desperation, exhaustion. I felt the weight of it pressing into my chest, a physical ache that made breathing difficult. Trapped. I asked, how is that possible? Because the line, the calls, the connection, it is all I have. I exist here. I exist only when you answer, only when you listen, only when you are. The word sank in, slow and horrifying. I was not just listening. I was sustaining it. I was giving it existence, a lifeline. I felt my stomach twist, the room spinning slightly. I wanted to hang up. I wanted to run. But my fingers clutched the phone anyway, rooted in terror and curiosity, an obsession I could not shake. And what do you want from me? I whispered. A long silence. The hum of the line, the faint static, and then the confession. The voice, familiar and alien at once, spoke in a low, trembling cadence that sent chills up my spine. I killed her. I caused it. I could not stop it. And now, I am here, only here, waiting for you to know, waiting for the truth to be told. I froze. My stomach dropped. My throat constricted. The words echoed in my mind, more vivid than any scream, more horrifying than any shadow. My heart hammered in my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I could only listen. Killed who? I whispered, though a part of me already feared the answer. The voice was quiet now, almost inaudible. Someone innocent. Someone who trusted me. Someone I loved. And I failed. I took her. I cannot undo it. And now, I am here. The confession lingered, thick and suffocating. I felt the line between life and death blur, the space around me folding inward. My apartment no longer felt real, the walls stretching, the shadows deepening. Every sound, every vibration of the phone, every flicker of light carried the weight of what it had said. I tried to speak. Why are you telling me this? To be remembered, the voice whispered, soft, alien, human, all at once. To exist beyond the moment I left. You hear me, you know, you feel. I am nothing without you, without this line. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, but I could still hear it, faintly, impossibly, as if the confession had seeped into the air, into my bones. I pressed my hands to my face, shaking, trembling. I wanted to cry. I wanted to run. I wanted to unhear it, to undo it, to escape the line that had become my prison as much as it had become theirs. I thought of the time distortions, the psychological aging, the endless rhythm of the calls. It was all connected. I had been sustaining this presence, giving it life across time and space, and it had chosen to reveal itself fully tonight, in a confession that would haunt me forever. I don't know how long I sat there, stared at the phone on the floor, barely breathing, barely living. The voice's presence lingered, even in silence, in shadows, in the distorted perception of time that had become my reality. It had entered me, into my mind, into the very way I measured moments, and I knew it was patient. I knew it was eternal. I knew it was watching. I picked up the phone again, my fingers trembling uncontrollably. The line was silent. The number flickered and disappeared. I thought it was over. I thought maybe the confession had ended, that the connection had broken, but then I heard it, faintly, almost imperceptibly, beneath my own heartbeat, beneath the silence of the room. A whisper, familiar and alien, human and impossible, waiting, and I realized the truth. The call was not gone. It could never leave. I could never leave it. The line was permanent, eternal, stitched into the fabric of my mind. The confession was not just words, it was a tether. And now I was trapped too, trapped in the line, bound to listen, bound to remember, bound to exist for something that had no form, no place, no end. I feel it even now, the weight of the voice, the pulse of the line threading through my skull, through my chest, through my very existence. I do not know how long I have been listening. I do not know how long I will continue. Time itself no longer matters. Only the line remains. Only the voice. Only the confession. And I answer. I answer. The address came slowly, like a whisper at the edge of my mind. I hadn't asked for it, hadn't pressed for it, yet the caller offered it as if it were inevitable. I wrote it down in my notebook, my fingers trembling. Willow Street, a house number that meant nothing to me at first. But something about the voice made it feel heavy, significant, urgent. I checked the maps. The location appeared, but the streets surrounding it seemed faded, ghostly, almost as if they existed only in fragments. Satellite images showed a crumbling structure, roof sagging, windows dark and broken. The property had been condemned decades ago. Empty, abandoned. No history of anyone living there for years. Nothing should be there. And yet, the voice insisted. Go! It whispered. See. Remember. End it. I wanted to argue, to hang up, to turn away. Part of me screamed that this was a trap, that my obsession had finally tipped into something irreversible. But the same part of me that had listened to every call, recorded every distortion, and mapped every impossible time shift pushed me forward. I had to know. I had to see. I arrived at Willow Street at dusk. The air was heavy, sticky, carrying the smell of decaying leaves and distant rot. The house loomed ahead, bigger than I imagined, shadows curling in the corners where the light failed to reach. I stopped for a moment, trying to orient myself. The street was silent. Not a bird, not a car, not a breath of wind. The silence pressed against my ears like the voice itself. The front gate hung crooked. The chain link rusted through in places. I pushed it gently, and it groaned in protest. Every sound was amplified in the stillness. I walked up the cracked driveway, the gravel crunching beneath my shoes. The house had been condemned for decades, but somehow it felt alive. Something watched from the broken windows. I felt it in my chest, a low thrum that matched my pulse. I stepped inside. Dust rose like fog, catching the last golden light of day. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight. I ran my hand along the peeling wallpaper, rough and damp, and I could almost feel fingerprints, ghostly traces of lives long gone. The air smelled of mildew and decay, but beneath it, there was something else, something faint metallic, like iron and old blood. I pulled out my phone and played the latest recording. The voice was there, faint at first, distorted as always, but as the recording played, I realized something. The voice wasn't just in the phone. It was in the room. The sound seemed to echo off the walls, reverberating in places the speakers shouldn't reach. Warmth and alien cold wrapped around me. Alternating tones filled the corners of my mind, tugging at memories I didn't know I had. Then it said the address again, clearly this time. Here, Willow Street, number 23. I walked through the house slowly, each room more derelict than the last. Furniture lay broken and rotting, walls scratched with marks I couldn't decipher. In the corner of what had once been the living room, I noticed a pattern, a series of scratches, long and deliberate, almost like someone had tried to spell something. I crouched closer, tracing the lines with my finger. My skin crawled. It was as if the scratches had been made recently, though dust covered the rest of the floor. The recording continued in my ear, describing rooms I could already see, moving as if it guided me. Turn. See the stairs. Listen. The truth waits. I followed its instruction. The staircase creaked, groaned, threatening to collapse. Each step sent a shiver through my body. I reached the second floor, and the hallway stretched unnaturally long, distorted. The light didn't reach the end. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, stretching, curling, almost human, almost alive. I stopped at the end of the hallway. A door slightly ajar. The voice on the recording whispered my name, drawing me forward. I hesitated. My hands shook. My chest felt tight, heavy, but the voice insisted, low and urgent. Open. See. Remember. I pushed the door slowly. Inside was a room that seemed untouched by time, untouched by decay. A child's room, small, with faded wallpaper and a cracked crib. Toys lay scattered on the floor. Nothing extraordinary, except for the journal on the small desk. I picked it up and my stomach turned. It was a diary, pages yellowed with age, written in handwriting that felt disturbingly familiar. I opened the first page. The entries were mundane at first, notes about school, small family quarrels, but then they shifted. The handwriting became erratic, the words darker, filled with fear and guilt. Mentions of a presence, a voice, someone calling, whispering, shaping thoughts. The entries described the same alternating warmth and alien cold I had heard on the phone. Each word felt like a link connecting the diary to recordings, the house, the line, and me. My hands shook as I read. The last entry made me stagger back. It wasn't dated. It wasn't signed. But it said one thing, written in a trembling scrawl. I cannot leave. I am trapped. I need them to remember. Only when they listen will I rest. I played the recording again. The voice matched the diary perfectly, word for word, tone for tone. But it didn't end there. A faint background noise became apparent, subtle, almost imperceptible. Footsteps, a child laughing, faint, distant. The metallic smell, I had noticed earlier seemed stronger, more present. I pressed pause, my heart hammering. The room felt smaller suddenly. Shadows shifted unnaturally. I realized with horror that the voice, the diary, the house, they were all part of the same thing. Not just a line, not just the calls, but the space itself. Willow Street, the condemned property, had become a vessel, a tether for something that had no right to exist in this world, but had anchored itself anyway. I ran my fingers over the crib, and for a moment, I thought I saw it move. Just slightly, a shiver, a twitch. My chest tightened, my breath shallow. I could hear the voice again, lower now, closer, inside my skull. It whispered a confession. The truth, the crime it had carried across decades. The afterlife, the future, it didn't matter. It had claimed this house, and now it claimed me. I stumbled back, almost falling. The diary slipped from my hands. I scrambled to pick it up, flipping through pages that seemed to have rewritten themselves. New entries appearing that described my actions, my thoughts, my journey to the house. Every step I had taken, every call I had answered had been recorded, remembered, twisted into this narrative. A laugh echoed, faint, distant, then closer. I froze. The sound was childlike, innocent and cruel at once. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run out, get back to my car, back to the world outside. But the house seemed to stretch endlessly. The hallway longer than it should be, the staircase twisting like a spine. Time no longer made sense. My own pulse matched the rhythm of the line, of the calls, of the confession. I turned the diary toward the recording on my phone, played back together. They merged. The voice, the writing, the house. It all spoke as one. The confession, the crime, the despair, the trapped presence, the relentless pull of the line. It was all entwined. And I understood something terrifying. The house wasn't abandoned. Not entirely. Not ever. I stumbled to the window. The street outside was empty, silent. Willow Street had long been forgotten, condemned, erased from memory. Yet here it was, alive in shadows, in echoes in the line. And I knew the voice was waiting, watching, still alternating between warmth and alien cold, human and impossible, patient, eternal. I pressed the phone to my ear, trembling. The final words came, barely audible, a confession that made my stomach drop, my bones ache, my mind fracture. You are part of it now. You will listen. You will remember. You cannot leave. Willow Street will not let you go. I fell to the floor, clutching the diary, the phone, anything I could hold. My thoughts raced, scrambled, shattered. I realized I had been drawn here not by curiosity, not by obsession alone, but by the line itself, by the voice, by the tether that had waited decades for someone like me to arrive, to sustain it, to hear the confession fully and to exist alongside it. I don't know how long I sat there. Minutes? Hours? Days? Time had lost all meaning. The air smelled of decay and something metallic, like blood. Shadows moved at the corners of my vision. The child's laughter continued, faint, impossible. And the voice, patient, eternal, whispered to the line, alternating warmth and alien cold, confession and plea. Tie me to Willow Street, to the house, to the afterlife, to the future, to the crime. I realized something then, in a bone-deep certainty that terrified me. I was trapped, not just in the house, not just on Willow Street, not just on the line, but inside the voice itself, the confession itself, the tether itself. The calls had led me here. The recordings had led me here. The diary had led me here. And there was no way out. I answered the phone. I don't remember when the dread first settled in, but it was a kind of weight that presses against your chest without warning, without mercy. I was alone in the station. The kind of quiet that feels louder than any noise you've ever heard. The monitors hummed softly, the fluorescent lights buzzing somewhere between awake and dead, and I kept thinking I should have felt safe. I wasn't supposed to be here at all. Not at this hour. Not in this building that smelled faintly of mildew and burned coffee. The first call came just after midnight. The static was thick, like someone had poured into the receiver. But I heard a voice too, a voice that trembled with something I couldn't place. I see it. It's... The line cut a sharp snap, and the room fell back into its hollow quiet. My stomach clenched. I tried to convince myself it was a prank, a glitch in the signal, but the shadow in my chest refused to lighten. I rewound the feed, listening again. The voice was a woman's, I think, though the static made it impossible to tell. The words were hesitant, broken, trembling, shadows moving in rooms with no one inside. That was all she said before the line went dead. My hand shook slightly as I set the receiver down, but it wasn't fear exactly. It was something slower, colder, creeping, like ice curling in my veins. I walked to the monitors, rows of cameras, each flickering with grainy, half-alive images of empty rooms, corridors, stairwells. And yet something felt off. There were shapes, subtle and fleeting, that didn't belong. A shadow stretching too long along the wall. A chair tilting for a heartbeat before snapping back upright. I told myself it was tricks of the camera, reflections, shadows from the buzzing lights. But even as I whispered those words, the pit in my stomach deepened. I wasn't lying to myself. I was bracing for something I didn't want to admit was there. Another call came. Same static, same trembling voice. It's behind the door. I can't. And then nothing. Silence. My hand hovered over the phone, waiting for the sound to start again. But there was only static, an endless hiss that felt like it filled the room itself. I could almost hear the walls breathing. I left the monitor for a moment, pacing. My shoes scuffed against the linoleum. My mind tried to find reason in the irrational. Electrical interference. Faint shadows from passing trucks outside. My own imagination. And yet, every rational thought felt like a thin paper barrier against the cold that was gathering around me. A cold that wasn't air. It felt aware. I returned to feed. And there it was. Not in every camera, not in every room. But in one small office, the shadows moved like smoke. Soft, deliberate, curling along the walls, pooling in corners. I froze. I leaned closer, telling myself to look away, telling myself that if I stared too long, I would see something that wasn't there, and maybe I did, or maybe it was. I reached for the intercom, wanted to warn anyone, anything. Hello? This is the station. Is someone? My voice cracked. The static swallowed it, and then there was a pause, and then a voice answered me, not over phone, not over the intercom. It was inside my head, or maybe the room itself was speaking. I see you. I yanked back, nearly hitting the desk. My heart was hammering, my ears ringing, and the monitors flickered violently, almost like they were breathing with me. I told myself I imagined it, that no sound had come from the walls, that I was still alone. But then the shadow shifted again. It moved faster this time, crossing the office in a single, fluid motion, impossibly silent. And it stopped in front of the camera. For a moment, I thought I saw a face. Not a human face. Something hollow, stretched in ways that made my stomach roll. And then it vanished. Just like that. Gone. As if it had never existed. I tried calling back. No answer. Static only. I checked the other feeds. Empty rooms. Chairs still. Desks untouched. The building was alive and dead at the same time. I kept thinking of the first call, of the voice so terrified, so helpless. Shadows moving in rooms with no one inside. It sounded impossible, insane, and yet I had seen it myself now. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam weak against the low hum of the fluorescent lights. I moved to the station, cautious, slow, each step echoing against the walls. The air smelled heavier here, like waterlogged wood or iron, something sharp and metallic. My pulse raced with every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of light overhead. And somewhere, deep in the building, I could swear I heard breathing that wasn't mine. I reached the office I had seen on the feed. The door was closed, plain, normal. But the shadow lingered in my mind like smoke in a room that refuses to clear. I raised a flashlight, heart thudding, and the beam fell across the floor. Nothing, just the desk, the chair, the ordinary clutter of papers and pens. But then movement, a reflection in the glass of the window. I spun, nothing there. The beam of light trembled in my hand, shaking too much for comfort. I remember standing there for what felt like hours, watching, listening, waiting, wondering if I had lost my mind, if fear had twisted reality, if the voices were just recordings left too long on repeat. But I knew there was something here, something patient, something watching. I sat back at the monitors, trying to collect myself. The static-filled calls had stopped. The shadow seemed dormant, for now. But the memory of that first movement, that impossible, silent slide across the floor, stayed with me. It clung to me, in the corners of my vision, in the hum of the fluorescent lights. I tried to leave, really. I thought maybe I should walk out into the night, away from this building that seemed almost alive. But the doors felt too far. My legs felt too heavy, and a low, almost imperceptible hum began under my feet. Not the fluorescent buzz, not the monitors. Something else. Something waiting. Something patient. The phone rang again. I nearly fell out of my chair. My hand shook as I picked it up, afraid of what I might hear. The line was heavy with static, but then a voice came through. Not the same trembling voice as before, but something older, something hollow. "Why are you here?" I swallowed, trying to speak. My mouth was dry. I'm... Silence. Just static. And then a whisper, soft, curling like smoke in my ears. "You shouldn't be." The monitors flickered violently, and in the chaos, I saw it. A shadow, darker than darkness itself, moving against the corner of the office, stretching impossibly long, reaching toward me. I froze. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out, but my body refused. I could only watch as it shifted, paused, and then disappeared, leaving the room cold and before heavier, like the air itself had weight. I don't know how long I sat there after that, listening, waiting. The building hummed around me, alive with things I couldn't name. And in the quiet, I felt the truth settle over me, slow and suffocating. This wasn't just a building. These weren't just shadows. They were signals, messages, warnings. And whatever it was, it found a way to reach me. I stared at the monitors, at the empty rooms, at the chairs and desks and shadows that shouldn't exist. I realized I was no longer just an observer. I was part of it now, whether I wanted to be or not. Every static-filled call, every fleeting shadow, every tremor in the air was a tether pulling me closer. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. But I couldn't, because something was waiting for me to see it fully, to understand it. And I knew, deep down, that once I understood, I could never forget. And I don't think I ever will. I thought I had understood the building the night before, had cataloged its silence and its shadows, had convinced myself that whatever haunted it was distant. I was wrong. The first call came just after 3 a.m, a low static buzz that made my ears ache before the voice even spoke. "It's closer." Just those words, barely a whisper over the broken line. My hand froze on the receiver. Closer, not in some faraway room, not in the hallways I had scanned 100 times. Closer. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence, that it wasn't really moving. But the tone of the voice, so small, so fragile, pressed against my chest like a weight I couldn't lift. And when I looked at the monitors, I noticed it. Subtle, almost imperceptible. A shadow curling in one corner of the corridor, then shifting inch by inch toward the main office, toward me. I leaned forward, squinting at the grainy feed. The shadow moved with purpose, but not like a person. Its edges stretched and warped, bending around corners without hesitation, sliding along walls with an unnatural fluidity. I wanted to turn away, to close the monitors, to pretend I hadn't seen anything. But I couldn't. Another call came. The static hissed in my ears like it was alive. I can feel it in the vents. It's coming. And then the line went dead. I pressed redial, but there was nothing. Just static. Endless, choking static. I couldn't tell if I was hearing voices or if my own panic had started speaking inside my head. I started moving through the dispatch center, my flashlight a thin, trembling line cutting through the dim. Every step echoed too loud. Every shadow seemed to twist just out of reach of my vision. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, not in the ordinary sense. Not footsteps or breathing. Something else. Something patient. I checked the cameras again. The shadow had moved. Closer. I could feel in the walls now, as if the building itself had shifted to make room for it. I thought of the first night, of the impossible face in the office, the impossible stretch of darkness, and I realized it wasn't just haunting rooms. It was following me, watching me, learning the shape of my movements, the rhythm of my panic. I tried to call it out, to speak into the void. I see you. I know you're there. My voice sounded small, weak. The air pressed back against my chest, suffocating, heavy. I pressed my hand to the wall, trying to ground myself, and I felt it, or thought I did, a vibration, soft at first, then sharper, like the shadow had weight and was pressing against the plaster, against the air itself. The next call came almost immediately. This time, the voice was frantic. It's in the stairwell. And then nothing, just static. I sat frozen for what felt like an eternity, listening, waiting. The building was quiet again, too quiet, like it had inhaled in preparation. My stomach was a tight knot. My mind screamed to leave, but something held me, rooted in place. I moved again, checking the hallways, the stairwell, the corners of rooms that should have been empty. The flashlight flickered in my hand, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure crouched at the end of the corridor. I blinked. Nothing. But the feeling stayed, the awareness that I wasn't alone, that it had been closer all along, moving silently while I thought I had time to breathe. I returned to the monitors, desperate for some form of control, some anchor, and the shadow was there, unmistakable, stretching impossibly across the wall of the main dispatch office. It paused, almost contemplative, as if acknowledging my presence. My hands shook so hard I could barely keep the receiver in place. I wanted to hang up, to shut it all down, but I couldn't. I needed to see it, needed to know that I wasn't imagining this. Another call. The voice was lower now, strained, almost broken. It knows the layout. It knows you're here. Don't. The static swallowed the words. I gripped the receiver tighter, white-knuckled, trying to force the sound to stay, trying to extract meaning from the chaos. And then a soft whisper filled the room, not over phone. Behind me, or maybe in my mind, "You can't hide." I spun around. Nothing. The room was empty. The monitors hummed. The air felt thick, pressing in, alive with expectation. I told myself it was my imagination, that I was alone, that the building was just old and creaking. But the evidence on the screens refused to lie. The shadow had moved again, closer to my desk, closer to me, impossible and deliberate. I could feel it now in my chest, like a cold hand squeezing the air from my lungs. Every instinct screamed to leave, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. My body betrayed me. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud, frantic, and I could swear it matched some rhythm in the building, some rhythm in the shadow's movements. I tried to think, to reason. Shadows don't move like this. Buildings don't breathe. Voices over static aren't real. And yet here I was, watching, feeling trapped. The calls continued, each one more desperate than the last. It's near the vents. It's moving faster. It's watching the cameras. It knows what you see. And always, the static, thick and suffocating, like a fog pressing around me. I grabbed the intercom. I needed to speak, to assert control. "Who's there? Show yourself." My voice was small, trembling, swallowed almost immediately by the hum of the building. The monitors flickered violently, and I swear I saw in the corner of my eye a shadow bending the edges of reality itself, stretching impossibly long, sliding along the walls toward me. I turned. Nothing, but the pressure didn't lift. I remembered the first night, the voice that had whispered in my head, the impossible face I thought I had imagined. And now, the shadow wasn't just in corridors. It was in the air, in the lights, in the hum of the monitors, following me, waiting. I tried to leave, but the door seemed farther, the hallways longer. Each step felt heavier than the last. I returned to the desk. The receiver buzzed again. The line was filled with static, but beneath it, I heard breathing. Not my own. Shallow, deliberate, echoing in the empty room. I held my breath, listening. The voice whispered through the static, soft, deliberate. Closer, always closer. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I could only watch the monitors, watch the shadows inch forward with impossible grace. My hands shook, my chest burned, and every rational thought fled. There was nothing to do but sit, trapped by my own curiosity, my own terror. The calls slowed then, as if the shadow were allowing me a reprieve, teasing me with silence. I thought I might finally breathe, but the monitors flickered and I saw it. In the corner of my eye at first, then fully, a darkness darker than the room itself, stretching along the walls, reaching for the desk, reaching for me. It didn't move like a human. It moved like liquid, like smoke, like the air itself had gained intent. I leaned back, trying to calm my racing heart, trying to convince myself that it wasn't real. But the shadow paused, almost mockingly at the edge of my vision. I could feel in the hum of the monitors, in the vibration beneath my feet, in the very air I breathed. It was patient, deliberate, closer than it had ever been. I wanted to speak, to call out, to break the silence. My voice trembled, barely a whisper. Why? Why are you here? The room didn't answer. The monitors flickered. The shadows stretched closer, bending the walls, filling the corners, reaching for the edges of the room I had always thought were safe. And in that moment, I realized something. This wasn't just following. This wasn't just hunting. It was learning, adapting, waiting for me to notice, waiting for me to feel, waiting for me to understand that I was never meant to leave. I could feel it now, fully pressing in from every side. My chest was tight, my hands trembling. The shadow was in the hallways, in the vents, in the very hum of the station. It had followed me here, and it would not stop. I sank into my chair, unable to look away from the monitors, unable to move, unable to breathe properly. The static on the phone hissed softly, a lullaby from something that shouldn't exist. And in the dark corners of my vision, I could see it waiting, always waiting, moving closer. I don't know how long I sat there. Minutes, hours. Time lost meaning. The calls had stopped, but the shadow hadn't. It lingered, patient, deliberate, following, and I realized that I wasn't just watching it. I was part of its path now, its journey, its hunger, and when the lights flickered, just for a heartbeat, I saw it fully, closer than I had ever imagined, darker than darkness itself. Waiting for the moment I finally noticed, and I did. I noticed. The night was quieter than I had ever imagined possible, yet louder than anything I had ever heard. The monitors hummed in a monotone that felt almost alive, vibrating through my chest, and the lights above me began their uneven pulse. Flicker, dark, flicker, bright. I felt my stomach twist as the rhythm quickened. Something about the inconsistency, the barely perceptible tremor of electricity, made the air feel thicker, heavier. It started as a whisper, soft and hesitant, almost drowned beneath the buzz of fluorescent lights. Then it came through the calls, static cutting in and out, each voice more urgent than the last. It's near the door. Don't. The line died before the word finished. Another, more frantic. It's here. And then nothing. I gripped the receiver tighter, trying to catch the fragments of sound, trying to make sense of the interruptions. My hands were shaking. My chest was tight. The air felt suffocating. I told myself to breathe, told myself it was only old wiring, faulty lights, tired nerves. But the flicker was more than mechanical. It was deliberate, rhythmic in a way that my mind didn't want to comprehend. And the shadows responded, stretching along walls, pulling in corners, moving in ways that defied logic. They weren't shapes anymore. They were awareness, aware of me, aware of the space I clung to like a fragile lifeline. I looked up at the ceiling. The lights dimmed in sequence, as if the building itself were blinking, scanning me. My breath hitched. The static-filled calls weren't random. They were warnings, instructions, or perhaps observations. Every time a light flickered, a shadow stretched farther, a corner darkened more than it should. I could feel it pressing closer, and I couldn't escape it. Another call came, faint, tinny through the static. It moves with the lights. Don't look, just... The voice broke off, swallowed in a hiss. I felt my fingers tighten around the receiver. My pulse was in my throat. My eyes darted across the room, tracing every flicker, every change in the light. And then I heard it, a faint whisper behind me, soft enough that I almost imagined it, almost convinced myself it was my own panicked thoughts. You shouldn't be here. I spun. Nothing. The office was empty, fluorescent lights flickering above, monitors humming softly, the chairs still, and yet the words lingered, curling around the room, impossible yet undeniable. My hand shook as I reached for the intercom, but before I could speak, another call cut through, static, frantic, and in the background, I swear I heard other voices, faint and overlapping, murmuring, crying, warning. I sank into the chair, trying to focus. The monitors flickered along with the lights, images jumping, rooms warping under pulse. Shadows moved with the flicker, no longer distant, no longer confined to corners or hallways. One stretched across the office, long and thin, reaching almost imperceptibly toward me. My skin crawled. My heartbeat thumped violently. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. But the shadows weren't waiting for me to move. They were patient. They were watching. I closed my eyes for a second, willing the room to settle, willing the flickers to end. But the darkness had its own rhythm. When I opened them, the shadows had shifted again, closer, bending along walls, slinking beneath desks, pooling in the corners of the monitors. I could feel in the hum of the air conditioning, in the vibration under my feet, in the soft pulse of the flickering lights. Something was here, something that shouldn't be. Another call. The voice was higher pitched this time, almost childlike, trembling. It sits under the desk. Don't. And then static swallowed the rest. I felt my body stiffen. My legs refused to move. I couldn't turn the chair to face the desk. Couldn't gather the courage to look under it. I was trapped by my own fear, held hostage by the flicker of lights and the voices that promised danger in the dark. The whispers in the room grew louder, overlapping with each call, faint, almost unintelligible, like a chorus of distant memories pressed into the walls. I could make out fragments. Don't leave. It sees you. Close the door. I covered my ears, but the sound seemed to echo inside my skull. My mind spun, trying to anchor itself, try to remind me that this was just a building, that this was just a long night, that shadows didn't move of their own accord. But they did. I saw it again on the monitors. Not a shape, not a figure, but darkness moving with intent, stretching impossibly, leaning toward me, toward the desk, toward the edge of the screen. It responded to the flicker, slipping and sliding in perfect rhythm with the light. I couldn't look away, couldn't stop watching, couldn't stop listening to calls, the static, the whispers curling around me. I stood, forcing myself to move, walking slowly toward the hallway. The intercom clutched in my hand. The shadows on the monitors shifted with each step, spreading like ink across the corners of the office. My heart pounded. My throat burned. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. My mouth opened, closed, opened again. Only silence. Only the flicker. Only the awareness of something alive, something patient. Something that had been waiting for me to notice. Another call. The voice was frantic, almost breaking. It's at the door. Don't look. And then the line went dead. I could feel the words vibrating in the air, felt them pressing against my skull. I glanced at the office door. The flicker made it look like it was bending, shifting. Shadows pooled at the edges. I knew it wasn't the door that was moving. It was the darkness itself, creeping closer, following the rhythm of the lights, feeding on my fear. I tried to reach for the lights, to switch them off, to break the rhythm, to stop the pulse that made the shadows stretch. But the switch wouldn't respond. Flicker, dark, flicker, and I realized with a hollow sense of certainty that I didn't control this space anymore. The shadows moved in tandem with the lights, in tandem with the static, in tandem with the calls. I was just a witness, and perhaps the next participant in their rhythm. I backed toward the desk. trying to keep the monitors in sight. The flicker made everything jump, distorted the shadows, created shapes that weren't there and shapes that were all too real. My breathing came in ragged bursts. I could hear my pulse in my ears, loud and frantic, and I knew it was mirrored somewhere else in the room, in the darkness that shifted just beyond my vision. Another call. This time the line was filled with static, thick and suffocating, but beneath it I could hear faint breathing. Not my own. Slow, deliberate, measuring. I wanted to hang up to escape, but I couldn't. My hands were too weak. My mind too tangled in the rhythm of the lights and the calls and the shadows that were now impossibly close. I thought of the first night, of the voices, of the shapes I had seen. And now, in this flickering, trembling space, I understood. The building wasn't empty. It had never been empty. And the shadows weren't random. They were here and they were patient. And they had found a way to reach me fully. I sank into my chair again, shaking, my eyes fixed on the monitors. The shadows pooled, twisted, stretched. The flicker of the lights made them move in ways that made no sense, yet were undeniably intentional. I could feel their awareness, felt it pressing, probing, testing the boundaries of my fear. And the whispers, soft, omnipresent, continued to curl around me. You shouldn't be here. It's watching. Don't look. I tried to speak. My voice was small, trembling, barely more than a whisper. What do you want? The room didn't answer. The monitors hummed. The lights flickered and the shadows moved closer. I realized with a cold certainty that they didn't want me to understand. They wanted me to feel the impossibility of what was happening, the inevitability of being observed, followed, enveloped. I leaned back, closing my eyes for a second, trying to remember that I was alone, trying to remember that nothing in this office should move by itself. And when I opened them again, the flicker caught the corner of the room just right, and I saw it. Not a face, not a figure, but a mass of darkness stretching impossibly long, bending toward me, almost resting on the edge of the desk. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I could only feel the cold awareness of it, the patient, deliberate presence that had been following me all night. And I realized that the calls, the shadows, the flickering lights, the whispers, they were all part of the same rhythm. A rhythm I had been trapped inside. A rhythm I couldn't escape. I don't know how long I stayed there, frozen in that space between light and dark, sound and silence. The calls grew less frequent. The static thickened, and the whispers ebbed and flowed like the tide. But the shadows remained patient, deliberate, closer than ever, moving with the pulse of the flickering lights. And I understood. I wasn't just observing this. I was part of it now, a note in the rhythm, a witness to the awareness that had reached into this office, into this building, into me. I knew, deep down, that when the lights stopped flickering, the shadows wouldn't. They would remain, patient and deliberate, waiting for the next moment. I let my eyes wander, my breath falter, my mind slip, and I knew that I would never forget the sound of those faint voices, calling to the static through the flicker, through the shadows, telling me that I wasn't alone. Not ever. I never believed in reflections. Mirrors were just glass, right? A tool to see yourself, a way to straighten a tie, or brush a stray hair from your face. But that night, the reflection became a doorway, and I realized too late that some doors weren't meant to be opened. It started with a window beside my desk. I had been staring at the monitors for hours, tracking the shadows, listening to the faint static and whispers curling through the office. The calls had slowed but not stopped, and every once in a while, a voice would break through, trembling and fragmented, repeating the same words I had heard before. It's here, don't move, look. I tried to ignore them, tried to focus on the screens, but something tugged at my attention, drawing me toward the darkened glass. The reflection was off. My own face stared back at me, pale under the flickering lights, eyes wide, trembling. But behind me, just behind me, impossibly close, I saw something move. A shadow curling against the office wall, following me perfectly, mimicking every shift of my head, every twitch of my fingers. I jerked back in my chair, nearly tipping it over. My pulse raced, my stomach clenched. I blinked. It didn't disappear. It stayed there in the reflection, a silhouette warped and unreal, darker than darkness itself. I couldn't see features, only the outline, the intent, the awareness, and it was watching me. I could feel it pressing through the glass, reaching across the space between us, patient, deliberate, learning me. I pressed my hands to the desk, trying to steady myself, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the light, a warped reflection of shadows on the walls. But every instinct in my body screamed otherwise. It moved when I moved, tilted its head when I did. It wasn't just a reflection. It was something else, something alive. Then the call started again. The static thickened, and beneath it, I could hear voices, not my own, though they mirrored me exactly. I lifted my hand to scratch my cheek, and through the static came the faintest whisper, "You move." My fingers twitched. The reflection moved. The line hummed, and I froze. The shadows on the monitors shifted in perfect sync with me. I tried to speak into the intercom, to assert control. "Who's there? What do you want?" My voice sounded weak, small, swallowed immediately by the thick hum of the building. The reflection didn't answer with words. It just mimicked me. A slow lift of my shoulder became a lift of its own. A glance over my shoulder became a glance back. It was studying me, testing me, waiting. I backed away slightly, trying to put distance between myself and the glass. But the shadows on the monitors reacted instantly. They lengthened, stretched, spilling across the walls, reaching for the desk, following me. I realized then that the building itself was aware of me. Every flicker of the lights, every pulse of the air conditioning, every vibration in the floorboards. It was all synchronized, a rhythm I couldn't break. Another call, a faint, trembling voice through the static. "It knows you're watching. Don't." The line went dead. I froze. My hand hovered over the receiver, unsure if I wanted to pick it up or throw it across the room. I could hear faint breathing beneath the static, slow, deliberate, in perfect unison with my own. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination. I tried to tell myself I was just exhausted, that my mind was unraveling. But the reflection didn't lie. I watched it, moving just behind me, a dark echo. Every twitch of my fingers, every movement of my eyes, every shallow breath, it mirrored perfectly. I couldn't look away. I couldn't tear my gaze in the glass from the impossible awareness that it was here, following me, learning me. And then I realized the calls weren't just coming from the outside. They were inside. They were part of me. Each voice through the static mirrored my panic, mirrored my movements, mirrored my fear. I wanted to run. I wanted to hide. But I couldn't. My legs felt heavy, unresponsive. My chest tightened. Every instinct screamed to flee. But my mind was stuck in a reflection, stuck watching something that shouldn't exist, stuck listening to voices that weren't mine. I could hear whispers curling from the walls now, from the vents, from the shadows that had stretched across the office earlier. "You can't hide," one voice said. Faint, soft, deliberate. I spun, heart hammering, searching the office for a source. Empty, silent. The monitors flickered, showing rooms I'd already scanned, already watched, yet now they looked different. Shadows pooled in corners where none had been before. Shapes shifted just outside the frames. And the reflection, it was still there, still mimicking me, still pressing through the glass in a way that made my stomach twist. I sank into the chair, trembling. The reflection leaned forward slightly as I did. I felt a cold awareness brushing my mind, and I realized that it wasn't just observing me. It was learning me, anticipating me. Every blink, every movement, every shallow breath. It knew. And the calls, thick with static, were echoes of my own terror, warped and amplified, reaching into my head. I lifted my hand slowly, testing it. The reflection did the same. I moved my fingers, and so did it. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and the line of static whispered back at me. "You move?" A shiver ran down my spine. My chest tightened. Every rational thought fled. There was no reasoning here. There was no escape, only observation, only reflection, only the impossible awareness of something that should not exist. The office lights flickered again, throwing the reflection into sharp relief. I could see it perfectly now, stretching in impossible ways, bending the space around it. Not a face, not a figure, but a presence, patient, deliberate, tethered to me, tethered to my movements, tethered to the rhythm of the calls. I tried to look away. I tried to close my eyes, but the awareness remained. And in the flicker, I realized it was inside the building now. It had moved from the monitors, from the shadows, to here, to me. Another call. The line crackled, static thick, and a voice mirrored my own words before I had spoken them. What are you? My lips barely moved. My voice barely escaped. The whisper through the static answered, "You are mine to see." My fingers trembled against the desk. The reflection leaned closer, stretching toward me. I felt it pressing on my chest, not physically, but through the awareness of it, through the space we shared. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. My own panic had made my voice disappear. I could hear the faintest murmurs behind me now, like memories pressed into the walls. Fragments of words, fragments of voices, layering over the static, over the reflection, over the awareness that had made itself known. Every pulse of the flickering lights, every twitch in the monitors, every shallow breath I took was mirrored, echoed, observed. I realized then that the calls were not random. They weren't just warnings. They were instructions, repetitions, a way for the shadow to teach me the rhythm. Every movement I made was recorded. Every glance tracked. Every heartbeat mirrored in the static. And the reflection was the doorway. It was the interface between me and whatever it was, patient, deliberate, unyielding. I sank lower in the chair, hands gripping the edge of the desk. The shadows in the office deepened with the flicker, pulling at the corners, bending toward the monitors, reaching just at the edge of my vision. The reflection stayed still, stretching in impossible ways, pressing awareness across the glass. I could feel it in my chest, in my stomach, in my mind. I was no longer alone. And then I understood. This wasn't just a shadow. This wasn't just a building. It was alive, aware, deliberate. The calls, the flickers, the shadows, the reflection, they were all the same thing. A single consciousness, stretching, observing, learning. And I was its subject, its tether, its mirror. I lifted my head slowly. The reflection mimicked me perfectly. My fingers twitched. Its fingers twitched. My eyes blinked. Its eyes blinked. I realized then that it wasn't going to stop, wasn't going to disappear, wasn't going to leave. I was part of its rhythm now, a note in its observation, a tether in its awareness. The monitors flickered one last time, shadows pooling across screens, stretching impossibly, bending the space around me. And the reflection remained, perfectly still, perfectly aware, perfectly deliberate. I could feel it pressing through the glass, into my mind, into the rhythm of my own movements. I was trapped, not in the building, not in the office, not in the chair, but in the observation, in the reflection, in the awareness that had tethered itself to me completely. And I knew, in that impossible, suffocating certainty, that I would never look at a reflection the same way again. Never. I could feel it before I saw it. A subtle shift in the air, like the building itself had drawn a deep breath and held it, waiting. My skin prickled, my hair stood on end, and every instinct screamed at me to move, to run, to leave. But I couldn't. I was trapped in the rhythm of the office, the pulse of the monitors, the flicker of the lights, and the inescapable awareness that something was here, closer than ever, patient, deliberate. The static-filled calls had slowed, almost teasingly, but the shadows on the monitors hadn't. They had grown bolder, reaching further into the corners, pooling thicker along walls, sliding almost imperceptibly across floors. I watched one stretch toward my desk, edges soft yet deliberate, as if testing boundaries, mapping the space, feeling for me. I could feel its awareness pressing through the monitors, into the room, into me. A low vibration hummed under my feet, subtle at first, then stronger, synchronized with my heartbeat. I pressed my palm against the desk, trying to ground myself, trying to convince myself it was nothing, that the building's old wiring and creaking floors were simply exaggerating my fear. But I knew better. I could feel it moving through the air, deliberate and weighty, impossible yet undeniable. I reached for the receiver. Another call. Static hissed thickly, then a whisper, faint but urgent. Closer. My hand shook as I held it. Closer. Always closer. My pulse pounded so hard I thought it would drown out everything else. And yet beneath it, I could feel another pulse, faint and deliberate, not mine. Something in the room shared my rhythm, mirrored it, pressed against it. I tried to stand. My legs trembled under me. My breath came fast, uneven, sharp. The shadow moved again. I saw it out of the corner of my eye, a blackness thicker than the shadows the monitors displayed, curling in the shape of a human form yet impossibly fluid, stretching across the edges of the office, moving toward me without a sound. I backed away, heart hammering. The chair scraped against the floor. The monitors flickered. And then it was there, not on a screen, not a reflection. It existed in the air beside me, dark and formless, a weight pressing against reality itself. I froze, incapable of moving, unable to breathe fully, trapped between disbelief and terror. A whisper curled through the air, soft, impossibly near. I am here. My fingers dug into the edge of the desk. The hairs on my arms stood on end. My pulse was a frantic drumbeat against the weight in my chest. It was no longer just observation. It was presence, real, tangible, pressing against me, testing the boundaries of what should exist. I could feel the air move around it, my skin tingling as if every nerve ending had become hyper-aware of something impossible. Another call came. Static first, then the familiar, tremulous voice. It touches, my breath caught. I wanted to hang up, to disconnect, to sever the line between whatever this was and myself. But I couldn't. Every instinct told me to flee. But my body was paralyzed in fear, pinned by the pressure of its attention. I could feel it shift, subtle at first, brushing against the air at the back of my neck. My shoulder tingled. Goosebumps erupted across my arms. The shadow was testing me, learning the shape of my body, the rhythm of my fear, moving just beyond sight, just beyond comprehension. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was a draft, a trick of the light. But the pressure was undeniable, a deliberate weight pressing against the edges of my awareness. I sat down again, trembling. My hands clutched the receiver, listening to the static, the whispers, the rhythm of its presence in the room. Shadows pulled at the corners, stretching toward the chair, following me. Every flicker of the lights made them move in impossible ways, defying logic, defying everything I thought I knew about the world. I leaned forward, my forehead almost resting on the desk. My mind raced, trying to parse the impossible, trying to locate it, to name it, to define it. But I couldn't. It was everywhere and nowhere. A presence that bent the air, pressed against the room, that had somehow crossed the threshold from observation to intrusion. A soft, almost imperceptible brush ran along my arm. I jerked back, heart hammering, eyes wide. My skin felt electrified. There was no sound, no movement to explain it, yet the sensation was real, cold, deliberate, impossibly precise. And then I felt it again along my shoulder, a touch, fleeting, chilling. Not a hand, not fingers, just a weight of something that existed in the space it shouldn't. I froze, unable to turn, unable to breathe properly. The calls resumed, mirroring my panic. Each static-laced voice seemed to echo my movements, my thoughts, my fear. "It's behind you," one whispered. I dared not look. My eyes were fixed on the monitors, trying to anchor myself, trying to convince my mind that rationality still existed somewhere, that there was a boundary I could cling to, but the boundary had dissolved. I could feel the shadow moving closer. It pressed against the desk, the monitors, the air itself. Every flicker of light made it stretch, curl, test its limits, map my reactions, learning me in ways that defied reason. My pulse raced, my stomach churned. I could almost hear it breathing, the rhythm slow, deliberate, matching mine just enough to drive the terror deeper. Another whisper, "Do not move." I wanted to move anyway, to flee, to escape the weight pressing against me, but my body refused. I could feel it behind me, in the chair, in the air I breathed, something heavy and deliberate, impossible yet undeniable. My hand shook on the desk, clinging to the receiver like a lifeline, listening to the static, listening to the echoes of my own terror warped and returned. It pressed closer. I could feel it leaning against the back of my neck, brushing the strand of hair, the nape of my shoulder. Every nerve-ending screamed. My skin crawled. My heart felt too loud, too frantic. And then, for a heartbeat, it was gone. The weight vanished, leaving only an empty space and the echo of its awareness. I exhaled shakily, thinking perhaps I had imagined it, that my own fear had tricked me. But then it returned. A deliberate touch, cold and insistent, rested on my shoulder. I jumped, nearly toppling the chair. My pulse raced, my chest tightened, and I could feel the weight, lingering, deliberate, impossibly real. I could not see it. I could not name it. And yet I knew, with a certainty that left no room for doubt, that it was there, behind me, watching, waiting, pressing its impossible presence into the space I occupied. The monitors flickered violently. Shadows pooled in every corner, stretching impossibly long, twisting across walls, floors, even across the reflective surfaces of the office. I could hear the static-laced calls, mirroring my panic, echoing the tremor in my hands, in my chest, in my mind. I was trapped inside a rhythm I could not break, a presence I could not escape. I swallowed hard, trying to force rational thought. There had to be an explanation. Drafts, wiring, hallucinations, exhaustion, and yet every fiber of my being told me otherwise. The touch had been real. The pressure had been real. The shadow's awareness had been real. It was patient, deliberate, inevitable. I had no chance of escaping it. Another whisper, barely audible, "I am here." I couldn't move. I couldn't look behind me. My eyes were fixed on the monitors, on the flickering lights, on the impossible shadows stretching, bending, pressing, learning. My pulse pounded. My stomach lurched. Every rational thought fled. And I knew then that it didn't need to be seen to exist. It didn't need form. It simply had to be. And it was. I sank back in my chair, trembling uncontrollably. The room felt alive with it, with awareness, with something impossible pressing against the edges of reality. My hands clutched the receiver. The static hummed thickly, whispers curling, voices mirroring my panic. The rhythm of its presence synchronized with my heartbeat. It was patient. It was deliberate. It was everywhere. I could feel it again, the brush along my shoulder. My skin prickled, hair standing on end, chest tightening, throat dry. Not fingers, not a hand, a presence, cold, impossible. And I realized that whatever it was, it had moved beyond observation. It had crossed the final boundary. It had become undeniable, unavoidable, tangible in a way that defied comprehension. I tried to speak, my voice barely above a whisper. What are you? Silence. And then a soft, deliberate shift, brushing against my neck and shoulder, leaving a lingering cold that seeped into my bones. I knew, with a suffocating certainty, that it would not leave, that it would remain patient, deliberate, pressing, waiting for the next flicker, the next breath, the next movement I made. And I realized, as the monitors flickered in the static hiss, that the presence was no longer just in the shadows, no longer just in the reflections, no longer just in the building. It was here, with me, against me. I was trapped, and I would never be alone again. I don't even remember how long I've been out here. The sun was gone hours ago, though I can't be sure if it was dusk or nightfall that swallowed the forest first. My flashlight feels like it's laughing at me, casting shadows that twist along the trees in ways that don't make sense. I keep thinking I hear something, someone, but there's nothing. At least, nothing I can see. I pull my phone from my jacket pocket again. No signal. I swear I thought I had one when I started this trail. I was supposed to be careful, smart. Everyone keeps telling me to stick to the marked paths, to keep the map handy. And I did, at first. But somehow, the trail changed. Or maybe I changed. I don't know which way is which anymore. I dialed 911 with shaking hands, and the phone rang like it had all the time in the world. Then the operator answered, And for a second, I felt relief until she started asking questions. My words stumbled out like wet stones. I'm lost. I don't know where I am, I said, my voice cracking. Okay, sir, can you tell me your location? She asked. Calm, professional, but it was useless. I thought I was on Trail 7, but everything looks different. The trees are too close. Too quiet, maybe. I don't know. There was a pause. A pause I felt in my chest, not just my ears. A pause that made my blood go cold. Sir, are you injured? No, I'm fine, I think. I can't find the path. I keep circling, I think. I could hear her typing, I think. Her voice came back, low and patient. Stay calm. Can you see anything? Landmarks, streams, large rocks. I swallowed hard. I looked around. The forest floor seemed to shift beneath my feet. Every tree looked the same, tall and blackened. Their branches like skeletal fingers clawing the dark. And the whispers, I hear them again. Not in my ears, not exactly, but just at the edge of hearing, like a conversation just out of reach. I don't know. I keep hearing voices. Or footsteps. Maybe it's just animals. I said, but even as I said it, I knew it wasn't right. Nothing moves like that out here, not this time of night. There was a long pause on the other end of the line, and I could almost hear the operator trying not to let her voice tremble. Sir, can you stay where you are? Try to remain in one place. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. My fingers gripped the phone like a lifeline. My flashlight flickered, and I swear I saw something move just at the edge of the circle of light. A shadow, maybe a person, maybe a deer. My mind kept switching. My chest tightened. I'm staying. I'm staying. I whispered. Then it happened, a sound that made me freeze. Not footsteps, not a rustle of leaves. Something slower, deliberate, like breathing across the ground. Somewhere behind me. I turned, holding the flashlight out, but all I could see were the trees. The darkness swallowed everything else. And then a whisper. Why are you here? I yelped. My phone slipped a little from my grasp. My hand shot up to steady it. Who's there? I said, voice louder than I meant. My words were swallowed by the forest. There was no answer, only the whisper again, just behind me. Closer this time. I'm lost. Please, I need help. I shouted, my voice cracking like dried twigs. The operator's voice came back. Sir, what's wrong? I hear someone. I think someone is following me. Or not someone. I stammered. Stay calm. Can you describe them? I can't see them. It's too dark. Too quiet. But I hear them whispering, moving. Another pause. Long, patient. Too patient. I felt the forest close in, pressing against my chest, my lungs. Sir, can you stay on the line? Keep talking to me, the operator said. I nodded, though she couldn't see me. I'm trying. I whispered. I could hear my own heartbeat now, loud in my ears, and then it wasn't just mine. Something else was pacing with me. Soft footsteps, deliberate, just behind. Each step echoed mine. I spun around, swinging the flashlight like a weapon. Nothing. The shadows remained, still and patient. Then the whispers came back. Not one voice. Many, overlapping, laughing, questioning, hissing. Leave, 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 leave. I sank to my knees. My hands trembled as I held the phone, and I realized I wasn't just lost. I was alone. Alone in a place that didn't want me here. I don't know what to do, I said, almost sobbing. I don't know where I am. Please, help me. Sir, are you hurt? The operator asked again. Her voice was calm, almost too calm. No, I'm fine. I can't move. The forest seemed to lean in. Every tree a towering sentinel. Every shadow a watcher. The whispers grew louder, closer, more insistent. Words I couldn't understand, yet somehow I did. Threats. Commands. Pleas. Mockery. I hear them. I hear them all around me. I said, my voice breaking. I don't know what to do. They won't leave me alone. I can hear them. Another pause, and then the operator spoke, carefully, almost whispering herself. Sir, it's okay. You're gonna be okay. Can you try to describe the last landmark you saw? I shook my head, though she couldn't see me. My mind was scrambling. Everything I saw could be another trick, another shadow waiting to snatch me. I don't know. It's all the same. And then, through the chaos, I realized something. The footsteps. They had stopped, and the whispers stopped too. For a moment, there was nothing. Just me and the rustling leaves. Just me and the sound of my own ragged breathing. I let myself breathe. One slow, careful breath. Then another. But as I exhaled, I heard it. A single word. Low, close, deliberate. Run. I froze. My legs felt like lead. My flashlight shook in my hands. Every instinct screamed to move, but my body wouldn't obey. The word repeated. Quieter, closer, almost inside my head. Run. I took a step back. Then another, and the whispers started again, this time closer, circling me. I felt them in the trees, under the leaves, in the shadows that weren't shadows. They were watching, waiting in the forest. It was alive. Alive and hungry. Stay calm, the operator's voice said again. But I knew calm was gone. Calm didn't exist here. Not in this place. Not when the forest shifted. When the air pressed against your skin like fingers. When every step forward felt like sinking into something deep and endless. I can't stay calm. I admitted, I need help. The line crackled, a soft static, like the forest itself breathing through the phone. I could hear faint footsteps on the line, or maybe in my mind. A shadow moved across the edge of the flashlight. I turned, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw someone tall, impossibly thin, standing between the trees, staring. Then they were gone. Sir, stay on the line. Help is on the way, the operator said. I think she said that, or maybe I imagined it. Everything was twisting, breathing, watching. I sank to the ground again, my flashlight pointing at nothing, my phone clutched to my chest. I could hear the forest whispering, laughing, telling secrets I didn't want to know. And I knew I was not meant to be here, not meant to leave, not meant to walk out alive. I don't know how long I stayed there, talking into the void, listening to the whispers, praying for the sound of human voices that weren't mocking me. All I knew was that the forest had claimed me, in a way I couldn't fight, couldn't reason with. And the last thing I remember before everything swallowed me was the word again, low and certain, like it was inside my own chest. Run. I thought the hardest part was over. I thought that talking to someone, anyone, on the phone would be enough to keep me grounded, to remind me that the world still existed outside the trees. But I was wrong. After I finally managed to put some distance between myself and wherever that part of the forest began, I kept thinking I could shake it off. But then came the shadows. At first, it was just a flicker in the corner of my vision. I'd catch a movement between the trees and convince myself it was a trick of the light or maybe a deer. But the more I walked, the more deliberate the movements became. Silhouettes, human shapes, tall and thin, lingering between the trunks, moving just far enough away that I could never get a good look. I started whispering to myself, almost like a mantra. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. But it wasn't nothing. I called 911 again, my voice trembling more than the first time. I could barely form sentences. There's something here. I see shapes, people, I think, or not people. I don't know. The operator's voice tried to soothe me, but I could feel my panic bubbling, threatening to spill over. Sir, can you describe the shapes? Are they moving toward you? I don't know. They're just there, watching me, always just out of reach. I try to get a look, and they vanish, but then they're back. I swear I can feel them, like eyes on my skin. I press my back against a tree, try and keep my breathing quiet. Every leaf, every twig seemed amplified, snapping under the weight of my imagination. I kept thinking I heard whispers, low and soft, like voices on the edge of hearing. Come here. Come closer. The operator suggested I stay calm. Stay on the line. Keep describing what I saw. I tried. I really tried. But every sentence I spoke felt heavier than the last. My mind refused to stay in the present. Every flicker of movement was a threat. Every rustle of leaves a predator. Eventually, the line went dead. I don't remember how. Maybe my signal dropped. Maybe the forest swallowed it like everything else. I was alone again. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time lost all meaning. I couldn't see the sun. The moon didn't exist here. Darkness pressed against me in thick, wet waves. I felt the silhouettes more than I saw them now. Shadows moving along the edges of my vision, brushing against the corner of my mind. They weren't walking. They were gliding like they didn't belong to the ground. And then I heard it. The first sound I couldn't explain. It wasn't footsteps, not exactly. It was more like a dragging, soft but deliberate. Something or someone moving toward me, pacing me. I spun around, my flashlight shaking violently, and caught a glimpse. A figure, impossibly tall, impossibly thin, just standing, watching, waiting. I swear it smiled. Not a human smile. Something crooked, slow, that felt like it reached inside my chest and squeezed. I ran. I don't know where. I didn't care where. Every step, every breath was an effort, but the sound followed, always just behind. I could hear the dragging noise, the whispers, the faint, mocking laughter. Eventually I collapsed. My legs wouldn't move. My lungs burned. I wanted to scream, to cry, to beg for someone to help me. But I was empty, hollow. The forest had stolen something from me. Hope, maybe, or the memory of hope, and left me raw, exposed. And then it was quiet, too quiet. I thought I was safe. But the whispers returned, this time in my head, echoing words I didn't want to understand. You can't hide. You never leave. Weeks later, I sit in the office, trying to shake the memory, trying to convince myself it was all in my head. But the thing about fear is it doesn't leave. It doesn't vanish when the sun comes up or when other people are around. Fear finds cracks, tiny openings, and it grows there. I glance out the window and see nothing at first. Just the street, the passing cars, the ordinary normalcy of the world. But then always, the flicker at the edge of vision, a shadow, just standing there, still as the air around it, watching, waiting. I shake my head, trying to focus. I tell myself it's imagination. I tell myself I'm imagining the shapes, the dragging, the whispering voices. But deep down, I know better. The first time I heard it from here, it was subtle, a scratch at the glass, soft as a whisper. I froze, my heartbeat thundering in my ears, my fingers gripping the edge of the desk. I swore I saw a movement in the corner of the office, a thin silhouette drifting behind the trees outside the window. My breath caught. My mind scrambled for explanations. Someone passing by, a shadow from the street lamp, the wind, but the air was still. The street lamp hadn't moved, and the whispers started again. I couldn't make them out at first. They were faint, like a memory brushing against my skull. But gradually, words emerged, clearer now, insistent. I see you. I'm here. I'm waiting. I pressed my forehead to the glass, trying to convince myself it was a wind, the pipes, a bird, anything. But it wasn't. Nothing natural made that sound. I began to notice patterns. Every time I looked out, every time I caught that flicker at the edge of vision, there were shapes, silhouettes, tall and thin, lingering just outside the office building's perimeter, not moving like people normally do, not walking, not running, just waiting, watching, and then the dragging noise returned. Quiet at first, barely perceptible, but it grew. I hear in the floors beneath me, in the walls, sometimes even coming to the windows. I can't escape it. Every time I move, it follows. Every time I turn, it's there, always just beyond perception. I started hearing it at night, too. The apartment above, the creaks of the building settling. They all became whispers. Shadows flitted behind curtains. Sometimes I wake up and think I see a figure standing at the foot of the bed, impossibly thin, impossibly tall, staring. But every time I blink, it's gone. And the whispers, they linger. I've tried to convince myself that it's a residual fear from the forest, that what I experienced out there made me see things that aren't there. But when I catch myself staring out the window, heart hammering, and see shapes lingering between the streetlights, shapes that move too fluidly, too deliberately, my logic evaporates. The worst part is the silence between them. The moments when the whispers stop, when the dragging sound pauses, when nothing moves, and yet I feel something. I feel the air press against me, heavy, expectant, like it knows I'm watching, too, like it's testing me, waiting for me to break. I can't stop thinking about the hiker's call, about the shapes he described. I know what he saw, and I know now that it didn't end with him, or with me. Whatever it was, it follows. Whatever it watches, it waits, and it doesn't forget. Sometimes I catch myself thinking I can hear it in my own breath, in the silence of my apartment, in the steady ticking of the office clock, always just behind, just beyond, and always waiting for me to notice, always watching, always patient. The shadows out there, outside the window, they are too still to be alive, too deliberate to be coincidence. And the whispers, they become familiar, not comforting, but recognizable. I hear my own fear reflected back in them, mirrored, feeding on it, and I can't get away. I've tried leaving the office late at night, walking through empty streets, convincing myself that the shapes vanish in light, in people, in traffic, but they don't. They wait at the corner of vision, behind trees, against walls, always patient, always silent until they aren't. Sometimes I lie awake, try not to think about them, try not to imagine what they are or where they came from. But every floorboard creak, every wind gust, every shadow stretching across the walls reminds me. They are here. They know where I am. They always know. And I wonder if the hiker is still out there, hearing them, seeing them, trapped in the same forest I escaped. I wonder if I'm next, even now, watching from this office, listening to the dragging, the whispers, the shapes at the windows that move when I blink. I don't know how to stop it. I don't know if I can. All I know is that it watches. It waits, and it knows I see it. And that, I think, is worse than anything else. The call came through like a rope snapping in the dark. Static, brief silence, and then him, or what I thought was him, the hiker. But it wasn't the same voice I'd heard before, the trembling, panicked voice that begged for help. This was different, deeper, broken, as if the forest itself had learned to mimic him, to twist the sound of his panic into something else entirely. Hello, I whispered, my hand tight around the receiver. My office was quiet, the fluorescent lights humming faintly above me, and yet every hair on my arms was standing. I couldn't tell if it was fear or anticipation. Maybe both. The line crackled, and then I heard it. Screams. Not ordinary screams. Not human screams. They were stretched and twisted, dragging against the edges of sanity. They rose and fell like the wind weaving through branches. They echoed, overlapped, repeated themselves, until it became impossible to tell one scream from the next. I gripped the phone tighter. My knuckles turned white. Hello? Can you hear me? I tried again, my voice low, trembling, and then a pause. A quiet so deep I could hear my own heartbeat hammering in my ears. And after that, the whispering began. Not voices, not exactly. A language older than me, older than anything I had ever heard. Sliding into my thoughts, crawling along my skull. Come, join us. Stay. Never leave. I felt it then, the first tug, subtle at first, like a finger brushing my sleeve. I looked down at my hands, empty. I looked around the office, ordinary, banal, sterile. But I knew the forest wasn't done. It never had been. It had followed him. It had followed me. The scream started again. This time, I could recognize his voice buried deep in them, calling my name, begging, crying. And yet it wasn't him. I know it wasn't. Not really. There was something alive in that sound. Something that stretched and warped him into a puppet. The forest had reached through the wire, through the distance, through the weak barrier of civilized life, and touched me. I couldn't move. My body refused. My mind clung to the edges of comprehension while the sound washed over me. There was panic, yes, but also a strange fascination. The way the forest could twist the ordinary into horror. The way a voice could become a thing, a presence, a living entity that pressed against your chest and demanded attention. I heard him, or the thing that sounded like him, running, leaves rustling, branches snapping, footsteps that made no sense in their rhythm. And then, silence. I thought I was safe, but the static remained. A low hum through the line, punctuated by something else. Something that sounded like breathing, slow, deliberate, patient, waiting. And then I saw it. Not out the window, not anywhere I could clearly describe, but in my mind, the shapes coalesced. Thin, impossibly tall forms moving through the trees. Not the trees outside the office. Not real trees. The ones inside my head. The ones I had tried to forget. The forest wasn't just a place. It was a presence. A living, breathing entity that reached through the wire, through the air, through the very walls that I thought would protect me. Stay on the line, I whispered to myself. I didn't remember saying it aloud, but it came out anyway. A mantra, a prayer, a plea, anything to anchor me. And then the hiker's voice changed. It became clearer for a second, a break in the static. Don't follow me. I froze. My stomach turned. The words weren't a warning. They were a lure. A trick. The forest had learned, had adapted, had become patient. It knew fear, and it knew how to manipulate it. I felt it then, the tug at my consciousness, as though the forest itself was stretching out, trying to drag me into the spaces between the sounds. Where are you? I whispered, almost crying. No answer, just a dragging, rustling whispering. And then, unexpectedly, a single word, clear and deliberate, sharper than the rest. Here. It wasn't the forest speaking. Or maybe it was. Or maybe the forest was alive. And alive meant it could think. And think meant it could know me. And know me meant it could find me. And find me meant... I didn't want to finish the thought. I backed away from the phone. My chair scraped against the floor. My office felt wrong. The walls seemed farther apart than they should have been. Shadows pooled in corners that should have been lit. I told myself it was exhaustion, lack of sleep, stress, maybe even grief. I'd felt some responsibility for the hiker, for what he'd become. But deep down, I knew better. The call continued. The distorted screaming, warped and layered, never stopped. And then, for the first time, I realized I could hear something else. Footsteps, not real ones, not someone walking in the office, but the echoes of the forest moving inside me, the dragging of branches over roots, twigs snapping, leaves rustling under weight that didn't exist. I wanted to hang up. I wanted to smash the phone and run, but my body refused. My mind clung to the sound like it could pull answers from it. Something inside me, fear, morbid curiosity, whatever it was, kept me listening. The whispers grew louder, faster, more insistent. Words I didn't understand, phrases that slid into memory and left an impression I couldn't erase. You are next. You are always next. You cannot leave. I pressed my forehead to the desk, trying to shut it out, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. And for a second, just a second, I thought it had worked. The screaming stopped. The dragging stopped. Even the whispers faded. Silence. Absolute silence. And then, just as I dared to breathe, I heard it. Not over the phone. Not inside my head. From somewhere in the office. From somewhere near. A whisper. Low. Crooked. Inside my ear. Almost imperceptible, but distinct. Step into the trees. I jerked back. My chair toppled. I scrambled to the window. My hands pressed against the glass. The city outside was ordinary, familiar, benign. Streetlights flickered, cars moved, people walked. Nothing unusual, nothing threatening. And yet, I could feel it. Waiting, watching, patient. Not here, not outside, but here inside. Inside me, inside the space I thought was mine. The line crackled again. Static. And then him, or the echo of him. Come, join. I could feel the words pressing against my skull, molding my thoughts, bending the edge of my sanity. I wanted to hang up. I wanted to throw the phone across the room. I wanted to run screaming into the night, but I didn't, because I knew, deep down, that hanging up would change nothing. Running would change nothing. The forest had already reached me, through the wires, through the distance, through memory and fear. It had already planted itself in my thoughts. And I knew then, with the sick certainty of someone who has glimpsed the impossible, that it would never stop. The hikers' screams continued, now almost melodic in their horror. Stretched thin, layered over themselves, rising and falling in impossible cadences. Every so often, I thought I could hear words amidst them, phrases of warning, of plea, of despair. But when I focused, they vanished. Only the shriek remained. Only the dragging. Only the whisper. Step into the trees. I sank to the floor, my back against the wall. The phone clutched to my chest. I could feel the office breathing with me, pulsing with a rhythm that wasn't its own. And somewhere, far beneath rational thought, I understood the forest was alive. Not just alive, but patient, intelligent, unrelenting. It didn't need to chase. It didn't need to reach. It would wait, and when the moment was right, it would draw me in, just as it had drawn him. The call didn't end. The screams didn't end. And I realized then that I could not end them, that I could not escape them, that the forest in some unholy, impossible way had stretched its limbs into the world I thought I understood, and it would not let go. And as I sat there, trembling, listening to the distorted voice, listening to the dragging and the whispers, I knew the last thing I would hear before it claimed me entirely would not be my own voice. It would not be reason or thought or sanity. It would be the forest, alive and patient, speaking through him, through the wire, through me, and whispering the same impossible command. Step into the trees. I always thought the graveyard shift would get easier with time. Maybe that's what I told myself to make the long nights tolerable. Staring at monitors that barely register life. Answering calls that almost never meant anything. But tonight felt different from the moment I stepped through the front door. The kind of different that makes the hair on your arm stiffen, without any wind to blame. I settled into my chair behind the glass partition, the hum of the fluorescent lights above me buzzing like a persistent whisper in my ears. My eyes flicked over the consoles, the screens full of static numbers and the occasional camera feed from the streets outside. The building smelled faintly of disinfectant and old carpet, like a memory you can't shake, one that sits somewhere behind your ribs. The first call came just after I clocked in. Routine. A broken streetlight at the corner of 5th and Main. Nothing unusual, except the way the dispatcher hesitated before giving me the details, like she was trying to decide whether to warn me. I didn't notice it at first, not really, but then, as I drove the empty streets, the shadows seemed heavier than usual, almost pooling in corners where light didn't reach. I told myself it was nothing. That's what I kept telling myself. Nothing. Back at the station, the phones were quiet. Too quiet. There's a rhythm to the night, a pulse that a graveyard shift worker gets used to, and tonight, the pulse was off. I could feel it under my skin, slow and uneven. I rubbed my eyes, tried to shake it off. But even as I stared at the screens, my mind kept drifting back to the last strange call, the one that had left me unsettled for weeks. A man reported hearing someone whisper his name outside his window. When I arrived, there was no one there. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing. Just the echo of his fear, hanging in the night air like a mist you couldn't quite touch. The clock on the wall ticked closer to midnight. I've never liked that hour. Not in this building. Not in any city I've walked through at night. There's something about it. The way it stretches time, drags a familiar into corners it doesn't belong in. My hands felt cold as I reached for the coffee I hadn't finished, staring at the empty cup as if it could offer me answers. That's when the first odd noise came. A soft, dragging sound from the hall behind me. So faint I thought I imagined it. My heart ticked faster, and I told myself again, nothing, maybe a janitor, maybe the wind rattling a vent. But it wasn't the wind, not really. It was deliberate, careful, like someone testing the walls before stepping into the room. I looked back once, and the hallway was empty of course it was. I rubbed my eyes again, the way you do when your mind starts playing tricks, and turned back to screens. A call light blinked on. Dispatch. Another routine check. The kind that never leads anywhere. I pressed the line and waited for the voice. Unit 3, the dispatcher said, calm, like every word is measured. We've gotta... She stopped abruptly, swallowing something I couldn't hear. I leaned closer. Say again? I asked. Never mind, she said, voice a fraction too smooth, too practiced. It's nothing. Just a routine. The line went dead. I sank back in my chair. Something about her pause lingered, like an aftertaste you can't wash away. I tried to focus on the screens, on the maps and numbers, on anything that would anchor me to normalcy, but it was too late. The night was seeping into me, slow, insidious. The shadows outside the cameras seemed darker, deeper, not like a lack of light, but like someone or something was stretching itself across the streets. I caught a flicker of movement, a figure that shouldn't have been there, frozen for just a second at the edge of the frame. I blinked. It was gone. My pulse jumped, but I told myself it was a trick of the camera, a reflection, anything but reality. Minutes passed. The silence returned, but the unease didn't. I tried to distract myself, checking the logs from previous nights, scrolling through old calls that should have been comforting in their monotony, but instead they felt like warnings. Each name, each address, each timestamp was a breadcrumb leading me somewhere I didn't want to go. I tried to shake it off, tried to tell myself I was imagining it, but the feeling didn't leave. It settled in my chest like a weight, pressing down with every heartbeat. The clock struck 12, midnight, and just like that, the night changed. The fluorescent hum dimmed, flickered, then stabilized, but there was a tension in the air, something electric. The dragging noise returned, closer this time, deliberate. My head turned slowly, almost against my will. The hallway was still empty. I should have felt relief, but I didn't. Relief was a foreign concept tonight. I leaned forward, hands gripping the edge of the desk, eyes scanning every camera feed, every darkened corner. And then I saw it, a shadow tall, impossibly thin, moving against the grain of reality, bending around walls and corners, always just at the edge of perception. It wasn't walking. It was gliding, slipping through the cracks of the world. And every time I blinked, it was closer. I felt my breath hitch. My fingers trembled over the keyboard, ready to call for help, ready to radio in. But even as I opened my mouth, the sound stuck. My voice felt swallowed by the night itself, trapped somewhere between the monitors and the walls of the station. I thought about calling my partner, someone to remind me I wasn't alone, but the phones were dead. No dial tone, no crackle, nothing. Just the soft drag of something moving behind me, and the hum of the lights that now seemed too loud, too close, like they were listening. Memories surfaced, unbidden, fragments of other nights, other shadows. The man who heard whispers outside his window, the reports of figures that disappeared as quickly as they appeared, the cold, hollow feeling you get when you're certain someone is watching, but can't find them. All of it pressed against my mind, folding into the present, until I could barely tell where one night ended and another began. Then the monitors flickered. Every screen blinked to black, one by one. The hum of the lights faltered, and the temperature dropped. Suddenly, sharply, my breath came out in visible clouds, curling into the stale air. The dragging noise stopped. Silence. I told myself to stay calm, rationalize, make sense of it. Maybe it was a power surge. Maybe I was losing my mind after too many lonely nights. But deep down I knew that whatever it was, it didn't belong in the realm of explanation. It belonged to something else, something older, patient, and hungry for attention. I reached for the main breaker, my hand shaking, fumbling with the panel, as if my clumsiness could delay the inevitable. The lights flickered again, casting long, impossible shadows across the room. That's when I noticed it, a figure reflected in the glass of the monitor, tall and thin, standing just behind me. Not a trick of the light, not a camera reflection. I could see its head tilt slightly, like it was studying me, waiting. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I wanted to scream, but the sound never came. Every instinct told me to run, to flee the room, the building, the night itself. But my body was frozen, trapped in a moment that felt like it would stretch forever. And then, as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. The lights returned to normal. The monitors flickered back on, and the dragging noise resumed, now distant, fading down the hall. But the sense of being watched didn't leave. It lingered, a cold weight pressing against my spine, crawling up into my skull, whispering that I was never truly alone. I sank back into my chair, hands still trembling. The clock ticked past 12:30. The night stretched on, quiet but not empty. Every sound, every shadow, every flicker of the monitors carried a promise I didn't want to understand. And somewhere deep inside me, I knew that tonight was only the beginning. The clock had struck midnight, and whatever had been waiting in the dark had finally noticed me. I stared at the screens, trying to convince myself that it had all been a trick of exhaustion, a hallucination born from loneliness and routine. But the memory of that shadow, the cold breath I felt on my neck, the dragging sound echoing through the halls, it refused to be explained away. It was real, too real, and it was still out there, moving, waiting, watching. I took a shaky breath and whispered into the empty room, half expecting someone or something to answer. Nothing, just the hum of the lights, the steady ticking of the clock, and the night stretching on, endless, patient, and cruel. Midnight had come and gone, but the terror had only begun. It started slow, like a whisper curling through the edges of my mind. The night was quiet, almost unbearably so, and I thought maybe the last shift had been a fluke, a moment where exhaustion and imagination had tangled into something sharp and cold. But then the calls began, one after another, each more impossible than the last. The first was just after 2 in the morning. The line lit up, and I answered without thinking, almost on autopilot. 911, what's your emergency? I said, my voice steady, though my stomach had begun to knot. There was silence at first, just a faint hiss of static, like the line itself was listening. And then a voice came through, slow, deliberate. I need help, it said. Familiar, soft, and hollow at the same time. Sir, where are you calling from? I asked. There was a pause, then a date, 1987. I froze, my fingers hovering over the console. I knew the number the voice had just given me. It belonged to someone who had died decades ago. A fire. I remembered it from the news archives. The image of the building still burned into my memory. The body count, the faces. How could a dead man, or anyone from the past, be calling now? The line clicked dead. I sat back, rubbing my eyes, telling myself I'd misheard it. Maybe someone was playing a prank, or maybe the system had glitched. But the feeling lingered, like a chill that didn't fade, like the walls themselves were watching me. And then it happened again. Another call, this one from a woman who had died in a car accident 10 years ago. I knew her name instantly, the way you know a photograph burned into your memory. She spoke quietly, almost shyly. I don't know why I'm here, she said. I just can't find my way out. Ma'am, I started, but my words felt useless, meaningless. I didn't have a way to help her, not really. And yet, the line crackled with urgency, with something that felt like fear. I stared at the monitors, the empty streets outside, and wondered if I had lost my mind. Maybe the night was too long. Maybe I was too tired. But this wasn't exhaustion. There was something else here, something patient. And it had chosen tonight to make itself known. More calls followed. A child who had disappeared 20 years ago. A man who had drowned in the river. Someone else who had vanished without a trace. Each voice was alive with confusion, panic, the desperate need to be understood, and each name, each story, was a thread I recognized from history, from records I had studied countless times. I began to question everything. The 911 line, the system I had trusted, the world itself. Was it possible that the dead could reach us? Could the world be bending in ways I had never imagined? Pulling the past into the present? My mind raced, trying to rationalize, but the evidence pressed in too closely, insistent and heavy. I tried calling back once, but every attempt failed. The numbers no longer existed, or never had. It was as if they had never been part of this reality, but at the same time, I knew they had. I could remember, clear as day, the news stories, the photographs, the memorials, and now their voices were here, and I could hear them, trembling, lost, seeking. The lights above me flickered. A soft buzzing filled the room, like the whisper of 1,000 invisible voices. I told myself it was the building settling, the electrical system reacting to night, but the sound had a pattern, a rhythm that made my skin crawl, like a heartbeat, like something alive, watching, waiting. I thought about leaving, about walking out into the streets, but I couldn't, not yet. There was something compulsive in me, a need to stay, to understand, maybe even a foolish hope that I could fix it, save them somehow, bridge the impossible gap between life and death. The calls kept coming, one after another, sometimes overlapping, voices layering into a chorus of confusion and desperation. They asked questions I couldn't answer. They cried for things I couldn't give. And I realized with a sinking certainty that they weren't calling for help in the traditional sense. They were calling for acknowledgement, recognition, proof that someone, somewhere, was listening. I could feel my reality shifting. My mind, normally grounded in procedure and routine, began to splinter. Was I still in the station? Or had I stepped into some other layer of existence, where time and death were meaningless? I looked around the room, at the blinking consoles and empty chairs, and for a moment, I swore the shadows were moving independently, curling toward me, pushing against the walls, pressing in from outside the windows. I reached for the logbook, hoping to anchor myself in facts, dates, and numbers. I traced the names of the callers, the addresses, the timestamps, and the history of their deaths. Each one was a record I had studied before, and now they were alive, speaking through time, trying to make contact. It felt like touching fire, something I wasn't supposed to handle, something that would burn me if I lingered too long. One call stood out, a man who had died in a house fire 15 years ago. His voice was weak, almost a whisper. "They didn't hear me," he said. "I couldn't make them hear." I asked who they were, but he didn't answer. The line went dead before I could press further. I felt a lump in my throat, a raw, human sorrow that I couldn't shake. The helplessness in his voice, like he'd been trapped in the smoke and flames, screaming, and now, even years later, no one could rescue him. I remembered the first strange call from this shift, the one from a number that shouldn't exist. Now, it made sense in a way that was terrifying. The dead weren't calling for intervention, not really. They were calling to be seen, to leave an echo, a footprint in the living world. And somehow, I was the one they had found. Hours passed, but they felt like minutes and days at the same time. Every time I glanced at the clock, it seemed to jump forward unnaturally, yet the night refused to end. Each call stretched reality a little further, bending the edges of what I knew to be true. I began to doubt even the basics, whether the station itself was real, whether the monitors were truly showing the world outside, whether I existed at all in any meaningful sense. By 4 in the morning, my mind was frayed. I could feel the weight of all the voices pressing down on me, their echoes lingering in the air long after the lines had gone silent. I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes, and tried to breathe, tried to convince myself that dawn would bring clarity. But the silence of the line now felt heavier than the noise. Each empty second hummed with anticipation, as if the night itself were waiting for me to slip, to falter, to see what it wanted me to see. And then I heard it, not through the phone, not through the speakers, but behind me, soft, almost inaudible like a sigh through the walls. I froze. My skin prickled. My pulse thumped in my ears. I slowly turned, half expecting the shadows to take shape, half expecting nothing. The hallway was empty. Of course, it had to be empty. Yet, the feeling remained. Cold, insistent, almost sentient. The dead were here. Not in body, but in presence. Lingering like mist, brushing against the edges of the living world, desperate to make contact. I could feel their weight pressing against my consciousness, pulling at memories I had buried, at fears I didn't know I still carried. I thought of the people I had lost, the calls I had answered over the years, the nights I had spent alone in the dark. And suddenly it wasn't just about the dead on the phone. It was about all of us, alive or dead, trapped in cycles we didn't fully understand, bound by moments that refused to end. I realized with a sinking horror that this shift, this night, might never truly end. That every sound, every flicker of light, every phone call could be an echo of what once was, or a warning of what would come. By the time the first hints of morning began to seep through the grimy windows, I was shaking. Exhausted, yes, but more than that, unmoored. The calls had stopped, or maybe I had simply stopped hearing them. The shadows had receded, but the feeling of being watched lingered, a residue of terror that clung to me like a second skin. I didn't sleep when I got home. I couldn't. I kept thinking about the voices, the names, the echoes that had slipped through time to reach me. And I knew, with a certainty that made my chest tighten, that the dead had found a way to speak and that I had heard them. That listening had changed something in me, in them, in the thin, fragile barrier that separated life from what comes after. I keep the station's number on my mind, even now, a line between worlds that might never be quiet again. I try to rationalize it, to file it away as impossible, as a glitch, as a hallucination born of too many lonely nights. But deep down, I know it isn't over. Not really. And when the night returns and the shadows gather, I fear I will hear them again. The lost, the dead, the echoes of lives that shouldn't be reaching out, calling my name, and reminding me that reality is never as solid as we think. I thought I knew the night, the rhythms of the graveyard shift, the empty streets and flickering monitors. I thought I could handle anything, stray shadows, strange calls, even the lingering echoes of the dead from previous nights. But nothing prepared me for what came next. It started like any other call. The line lit up, shrill and sudden, breaking the silence that had settled over the station. My hand went to the receiver, my movements automatic, almost instinctive, as if my body had learned to answer before my mind fully comprehended. 911, what's your emergency? I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was a pause, longer than usual. I could hear faint static, the soft in the line, and then a voice. Not unfamiliar this time. Not a long-dead stranger, not a ghostly echo, but one I knew. Mine. I need help. It said, soft, trembling, a mirror of my own voice. I froze, the words sinking into me like ice water. My pulse hammered in my ears, and I gripped the console, willing myself to breathe. It was impossible. I was here. I was alive. This line was mine. How could my own voice be coming through the phone, calling for me? I leaned closer, heart racing. Who is this? I demanded. There was no answer, just a quiet hiss of static, growing louder, thicker, as if the line itself was alive, pressing against my consciousness. And then it spoke again, my voice again, but distorted, stretched in a way that made my stomach twist. You know me, it said. You know why I'm here. I shook my head, trying to make sense of it, to push the panic away. I don't know. You do. It interrupted, sharper now, insistent. You've been listening. You've been hearing them. All of them. And now it's your turn. The words wrapped around me like a suffocating fog. My hands trembled over the console. I want to hang up, to escape, to run somewhere the line couldn't reach me. But something rooted me in place, compelled me. I couldn't look away, couldn't stop listening. The static on the line thickened, swallowing my voice, my hearing, even my thoughts. It was as if it was trying to pull me in, to erase the boundary between me and whatever was on the other side. My own memories flickered. Faces I'd seen in calls past, the names of those who had died, the voices that had clawed at the edge of reality. They all pressed in, overlapping, merging into one impossible chorus that I couldn't escape. You know the rules, my voice said again. I tried to speak, to argue, but my mouth didn't obey. The words came out of the receiver, not me, as if someone or something was using me to speak. End of the line, it said, my voice trembling, distorted, and I could feel a presence in the room with me, something vast, patient, and impossibly close. I wanted to look behind me, wanted to see what had entered, but my body was locked in place, every muscle frozen. The monitors flickered, screens cutting in and out, showing glimpses of dark streets, empty hallways, and places I didn't recognize. But in every frame, every shadow, I could feel eyes on me. Not human eyes. Something older, something that had watched before life or death had mattered, something that had been waiting for me to answer the call. I tried to shake my head, try to force my mind back to reality. I thought of my apartment, my bed, the normality I had clung to before the night began. I tried to hold on to it, but the line hummed deeper now, vibrating through my skull. My own voice repeated again and again, calling my name, guiding me closer, demanding attention. I see you, it said. I've always seen you. And suddenly the room shifted. I could feel the air thicken, the lights pulse, the walls narrowing around me. My chair no longer felt solid beneath me. It was as if I was floating or sinking or caught somewhere between both. The consoles, the phones, the monitors, they all seemed distant now, like I was looking through water, through a lens that warped everything familiar into something alien. I tried to speak, tried to call out to someone, but my voice was gone, swallowed by the static. The line became everything, filling my ears, my mind, my vision with the sound of myself, looping endlessly, impossibly, until I wasn't sure where I ended and the call began. You belong here, it said, and the words echoed, not just in sound but in thought, in memory, in the marrow of my bones. You belong to the line, to all of them. I felt a pull then, subtle at first, a tug at the edges of my consciousness, and then stronger, violent, unstoppable. My body strained, resisted, but the force was absolute. It wasn't just sound anymore. It was a presence wrapping itself around me, pulling me forward into the static, into the hum, into the impossible space between life and signal. I thought of everything I had tried to protect myself with. Logic, routine, facts, proof. None of it mattered. None of it could withstand this. I felt myself stretching, dissolving, becoming less than solid, less than whole, like the line itself was unmaking me, folding me into its current, pulling me where I didn't want to go. And then I saw them, faces from the past, the dead I had answered over the weeks, their eyes hollow but fixed, waiting. They weren't angry. They weren't cruel. They were patient, and their patience was infinite. They beckoned, and I felt the pull of centuries, of endless nights, of calls unanswered, voices lost. It was beautiful and terrifying at once, a vision of inevitability that left my mind raw and exposed. I screamed in my head, a silent scream that went nowhere, because my body was gone, my voice taken, my presence unspooling into the hum, the static, the line itself. And still, my distorted voice echoed from the receiver, calling my own name, impossible, endless, a warning to anyone who might pick up after me. The monitors went black. The console shut down. The lights above me flickered once, then steadied, normal and empty, as if nothing had happened. But I knew the truth that no one else would ever understand. The line was no longer just a system, a tool, a way to help the living. It was a doorway, a river, and I had been pulled into it, into something that would not release me, that would carry me along until even the memory of me became an echo, a static-laden whisper on the edge of perception. And then silence. I was gone. The station was empty. The monitors showed nothing but static. The phone sat silent. The hum of fluorescent lights filled the room, but it was hollow, vacant, a reminder of the presence that had passed through and taken me with it. For a moment, I thought maybe it was over. Maybe the night had simply ended. But then I realized, somewhere in the darkness beyond the phone lines and the static, in the hum of electricity, and the echoes of all the calls I had answered, I was still there. I could feel it, a residue of me, stretched thin, carried by the line, part of it now, inseparable. And the dead, they were still listening, always listening, waiting for the next voice to answer. The next person stepped too close, to pick up the receiver and hear the line call back, distorted, personal, inescapable. No one came looking for me, not immediately. By the time morning arrived, the station was quiet, mundane, the way it always seemed after a night that had tested every nerve. The logs recorded nothing unusual. The streets were empty, but somewhere in the hum of the line, If you listen closely, you could hear my voice. Weak at first, then clear, repeating my name, calling for me, and for whoever might answer next. A reminder that the line never forgets, that the dead never stop waiting, that the living are always, inevitably, the next echo. And that was the truth. I learned it too late, when the pull was absolute and the static swallowed me whole. The line had ended for me, but it never ends. Not really. Not for anyone. If you ever pick up a phone in the dead hours, when the streets are quiet and you hear a voice calling your name, don't answer. Don't listen too long. Because sometimes the line isn't for saving lives. Sometimes it's waiting for you. And once you hear it, once it knows you, you're already part of the static, part of the echo, part of the endless, silent, patient void that is waiting at the end of the line.